Welcome. Next stop, the Fashion Bunker. Please sit back, relax and enjoy your journey.
But the other thing I was going to say, woke up this morning with like one side of my face, my jaw a bit swollen and a bit of an earache. I'm trying to like battle through it, but like, what the fuck?
Hello? Hello, everybody. Peace, 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 and welcome to the After Birthday Day live stream on a Saturday in the Fashion Bunker. Yay! Welcome! Pow, 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 pow. Balls and beach balls galore. Galore. Hi, everybody. Hey, Amy. Hey, Mrs. Blue. Hey, Mr. Bobby. Hey, Vitor. Hey, H.A. Fancy Pants. Finley Velasquez. Maria Marusi. Hey, sweetie. How's it going? Hey, Steph. Hey, Kev. H.A. And, of course, Deeply Erring, Pow, and the one and only Aisha. Aisha's voice is the voice you heard at the opening of this gargantuan live stream. Thank you, Aish, for allowing me to use the voice clip. Hey, Didi, Miss Nicole, Oshi D, Please and Fruit Gummy, Smurfette, Hiromi, Victoria Bolton, Ampersand, Lady Bradface, Natalie Gauthier, Selena, Natty. Whoop, whoop. Yes, Aish. Y'all. Okay. First of all, JRDVD, hi, everybody. We're still hungover from the party yesterday. Right? Also, I want to say thank you so much to everybody for the most incredible birthday celebration vampire like myself could have ever wished for. Yesterday, you made my entire year. That was so gorgeous, so beautiful. And then when you started gifting each other memberships, mind-blowing. We are thinking about, Vitor says, I have to thank you, Deco, because of your stream yesterday. I managed to get the Chanel mirror in the Diva colorway. We'll go. And Bubbles answered, I love that for you, Victor. Kissy. Cha, Bubbles. Such a thing, Bubbles. Congratulations on getting the mirrorlet. Y'all, thank you so much for the amazing love. We had such a time yesterday. And then when you started gifting the memberships, so we reached, between the members that already existed before yesterday's gifting of the memberships, we reached 200 members on my channel. Y'all, mind-blowing. Now, obviously, the 30, 40 memberships that were gifted yesterday, they are 1 month memberships. If those people wish to continue, then they're going to have to pay for them. But otherwise, in 1 month, we're going to lose 40 members. So just letting you know, it might be really depressing in 1 month when all the members leave that were gifted a 1 month membership. But hey, let's enjoy it for the month that we got. And yay! And so we got 2 emojis that I'm working on. It's going to take a little while, but now we've unlocked 2 new emojis and they're coming. So that's going to happen as soon as it happens. So there's that. And whoop whoop. And then, of course, for all of you who got the Tier 1 membership yesterday, today we had a pre-show, a 2-hour live stream pre-show in the green room. So you all got to experience how it is. All the Tier 2 members anyway get to experience it every week, but then Tier 1 members and Tier 1 patrons get to experience it every first Saturday of the month. And since today is the first Saturday of the month, Tier 1 members and Tier 1 patrons got to also partake. And we did the makeup, and we did a Chanel video, everything hush hush, and then we did a perfume video, and then we had some conversations behind the scenes. Pictures were shared. Honey, receipts were put on the table. So, the gifting was awesome, says Monarch. Corey says, it was crazy. How long did it take you to cut your way out of all the streamers? to cut your way out of all the stream. Oh, the streamers. Oh my gosh. I felt like a mummy. Which coincidentally, I mean, for a vampire like myself, it kind of goes hand in hand. Mummy, vampire, tomato. It's kind of the same thing. So I felt really at home, wrapped around in all my little giblets. So it was fine for me. I kind of had to pull it all off, had to undo my hair first and then pull it all off my head. The rest was from underneath. And then I had to collect all the little bits that tore apart. I collected all of those and I put them all in one bag to commemorate the occasion. Selena says it was an Oprah moment. You get a membership and you get a membership. And Selena's like, and I didn't get one. Aww. Oh, Selena. Better luck next time. Shout out to your family, as they say, honey. Cha. Hey, Ivy. How's it going, sweetie? Hey, Lux with Brit. So sad I missed it. Feeling sad today, but hope you're doing good. I'm doing great, sweetie. Don't feel sad. Cheer up. We go. Life goes on, if as they say. They will be archived, says Debbie. Exactly. They will grow like a blob. Yeah. We'll go, Hey, Joyful Remorse. Well, I got gifted a membership, but I'm also a Patreon member, so should I keep both? Well, I mean, you got the membership for a month, and then it's gone, right? So you can keep it if you continue, then after the month paying it. Hey, Bible-believing Christian. I would continue after the month was up. That would be a no-brainer. Oh, Bible, thank you so much, sweetie. Hey, Maria, I made a shower, and I'm here to look at you. Thank you, Maria. How's it going? I'm oh man, don't worry, Selena. Me either, says DD Bean. Oh my God, Lady Bradface just gifted 5 Super Deco memberships. Hey, Jesus, y'all. Bible believing Christian was gifted a membership by Lady Bradface. Polly S was gifted a membership by Lady Bradface. Treat Yourself was gifted a membership by Lady Bradface. James Stansfield was gifted a membership by Lady Bradface. Patty J was gifted a membership by Lady Bradface. Woo! Jesus says Maria is a legend. We'll go. Oh, ciao. We'll go. Y'all, in the club, Debbie, in the club. Hey, Natalie Dietz. It's an extravaganza, darling. We can just keep going. It's like birthdays, petty yesterday. No, birthday petty right now. Actually, I still have some booze. Asia A, how does gifting work? Random? Oh, Asia, so you can gift memberships at your wish. It's always the lowest tier. You can't gift the higher tier. You can only gift the lowest one, I think. And you can gift as many as you want. You don't choose whom to gift them to. That is distributed randomly. It's like a lottery. So you decide to gift 5 or 10 or 1 or however many you wish to gift. And then YouTube kind of attributes them to the lucky few the number that you decided to gift them to. Paul S says, I was gifted a membership, Lady Bratface. May I kiss the ground you walk on? Somebody else gifted 5 memberships. Amy Van Dyke, I'm not going to pronounce that wrong again, gifted 5 Super Deco memberships. Y'all, Lisa Nay was gifted a membership by Amy Van Dyke. Aline Sai was gifted a membership by Amy Van Dyke. HL1987 was gifted a membership by Amy Van Dyke. Alberto was gifted a membership by Amy Van Dyke. Victor was gifted a membership by Amy Van Dyke. Yup. Welcome, Tier 1 members. 10 new members. We'll go, y'all. Now you get to use all the emojis. We'll go the emojis as much as you want. We got the psychedelic pumpkin. We got cocoa. Perfume bottle. We got price increase, a gift. You got 2 Super Deco emojis. One is kind of a Halloween version of me, and the other one is more of a regular version of me. But then again, what's regular? We'll go. And then we got Cheeky and the Hedgehog, and then we also got What else do we got, y'all? Oh. We have the red room. We have the camellia flower. FOMO, the FOMO emoji. Loves that. We got the crop emoji. We got the Eye of Horus emoji. We got a little bit of ancient Egyptian vibes going on with the ancient Egyptian emoji. The heart emoji. Yeah, the Twin Peaks red room emoji. It's like IYKYK moment. Oh, Jenny. Jenny Young gifted 5 Super Deca memberships. Where did they begin? Where did they begin? Angela, Jorge. Where's the first one? Where's the first one? Irana. Was it? No? Is Irana? Yeah. Irana was gifted a membership by Jenny Young. Katie Brown was gifted a membership by... Jorge was... Angela. Where did they begin? Angela. Angela was gifted a membership by Jenny Young. Jorge Fimbres was gifted a membership by Jenny Young. Priestess Shakti Tarot-Pist was gifted a membership by Jenny Young. Irana J was gifted a membership by Jenny Young. Katie Brown was gifted a membership by Jenny Young. Y'all. We'll go. Okay, we got 15 new members. This is fun Ivy's like, this is fun to watch. Nettie's like, are we getting on your emoji now? Like, what's going on? Nettie Montes is like, are we getting on your emoji, y'all? It's like, Nettie, you're like giving me major John Travolta in Pulp Fiction vibes. You know the meme? Nettie is like in the middle of all of these new memberships, and she's like, is there going to be a new emoji, y'all? Where we'll go. Oh my God, Tessa. Teresa McGuire gifted 10 Super Deca memberships. M was gifted a membership by Teresa McGuire. Maldol was gifted a membership by Teresa McGuire. PPHH was gifted a membership by Teresa McGuire. Andy? Wait, hold on, I gotta scroll up. Was gifted a membership by Teresa McGuire. Gail Aaron was gifted a membership by Teresa McGuire. Rebecca Shue was gifted a membership by Teresa McGuire. Haley A was gifted a membership by Teresa McGuire. Gwen Lee was gifted a membership by Teresa McGuire. Madame Ross. Hello, Nicole was gifted a membership by Teresa McGuire. Joshua Smith was gifted a membership by Teresa McGuire. Did I miss somebody? Are these 10? Jesus, like, not Madame Ross. Yes, you best believe Madame Ross got a membership. Madame Ross is probably asleep already. She's gonna wake up tomorrow and be like, dying ferret. Y'all.
Dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret.
Y'all. Okay, I'm gonna drink, Debs. I'm gonna drink. No, listen. No. Madame Ross just got a membership. We should play Bubbles. Can you play Madame Ross's Dying Ferret? Because usually we play...
Dying ferret.
Can't even finish a sentence.
Dying ferret. Dying ferret. Dying ferret. Or something like that. Please let me sing it in for you.
Oh my God. Wait, let me write her. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, wait. Babes, I'm sending you a babes, hello. Okay, hello. Babes, hello. Hi, hello. No, not working. Why is it not working? Hello? Hello? No, not working. Hold on, y'all. I want to send them Okay. Okay, now it's going. Sweetie darling, you were just gifted a membership to the Fashion Bunker. So just letting you know, we'll go, and then we played your song. You were dying ferret while you won a membership. Lucky recipient. All right, see you in the chats, baby. I'm live streaming right now, by the way. Bye. So yeah, sent a little voice cliplet. Oh, 22 seconds long. Chanel 22, baby. How symbolic. Okay, so I was like, Michelle is, hi everyone. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Deborah. T-Pal. How's it going, sweetie? Tanya Brosnan. Tanya's like, I'm so behind. Lady Bradface, you are most welcome. I'm happy to spread the loaves. Thank you, Lady Bradface. And y'all, this is so funny. This is so funny. So usually we play Madame Ross's Diane Ferret only after we reach at least 300 likes. She's like a bonus feature, but since she won a membership, why not play her right away? Also, you guys, thumb up the live stream. You know, it means the world to me and to the algorithm. The algorithm has not been so kind to us lately. So thumbing up the live stream really helps a lot. We got 91 likes, 200 people watching. We could have 200 likes, but you know, we got 93 likes. Let's, I mean, at least get to 150. I don't know. Well, we'll go. And then we got a lot of interesting topics to talk about because yes, you know, luxury. This is the channel. You want fashion, you want bags, you want luxury. We got you covered. We also have, and just like that today. Now, I was going to live stream tomorrow on my Totally Dacob YouTube channel. But I'm not going to live stream tomorrow because I do have to travel again. Michelle gifted 5 Super Dacob memberships. Thank you so much, sweetie. Luana was gifted a membership by Michelle S. What If was gifted a membership by Michelle S. Sylvia Bird was gifted a membership by Michelle S. Hannah Bell was gifted a membership by Michelle S. Carissa was gifted a membership by Michelle S. I think those are the 5. Hit it, Bubbles. We'll go. Buble? Buble. Hannah? Bubbles? Buble? Buble. Nothing? Bubbles? Jesus' comment is gold. Watch a random hate watcher waking up to a membership tomorrow. Could you imagine? Like, and then they get like hysterical and they're like, I didn't pay for a membership. I hate this guy. Why do I have a membership? Why did I pay for something I don't? You were gifted a membership, darling. Enjoy, courtesy of the Fashion Bunker peeps. Could you imagine? Hi, everybody. We have oh my God, did we? We have officially unlocked the 3rd emoji. We got 3 emojis. Not for nothing. Yesterday, I was telling y'all it's the trifecta. It's the trifecta. Remember the trifecta? The trifecta of the pochette, of the poche toilettes, the trifecta of the ball colors, the trifecta of the Chanel color release, the trifecta. What else was there? There was a lot of trifectas going on yesterday. Well, now we got the emoji trifecta. We'll go. And I mean, now there's even more to think about. See you in the pre-show, Australia. Oh my God, Jesus. Well, that won't work because we had the tier 1 pre-show just happened. It's once a month. You got to be tier 2 if you want to join every week. The pre-show. Catherine of Sweden. There's a little tiny thing flying around and I'ma catch it in the summertime. In the summertime. Living is easy. Summertime. And the living is easy. Right? Fish are swimming in the sea. And your daddy's good looking. Anyway, a little jazz moment. No, Dee Dee, it's not a gnat problem. Dee Dee's like, listen, if it's a gnat problem, let me tell you where it's at. No, it's a summer problem and a lot of fruits. and a lot of produce that brings in little tiny fruit flies. I'll have what you're having, says Shelby Tanasi. Am I? Oh, no. I would never dare be Nina Simone. Are you kidding me? There's only one Nina Simone in the world, honey, and that's not me. I am the epitome of clueless right now, says Tanya. Oh, honey, welcome. Welcome to the club. Hey, Kev, Jacob's design team better get cracking. Kev, yes, we need to design 3 emojis. 3. We best be on our Kraken behavior and get Kraken. Yeah. So I'm coming in late, says Miss Molly. I overslept because I devoured so much birthday cake Jacob served yesterday. Oh, sweetie. Oh, my God. After the pre-show, truth be told, there was a lot to do. But at one point, I'm like, you know what? I need to close my eyes at least for 10 minutes. So I did between the pre-show and the main show, I did lay down for about 10 minutes just to like refocus myself, and it really helped. I don't want to say it was a power nap, but it was definitely just like complete silence for like 10-15 minutes, and it did me a world of good. It really kind of completely got me restored and regenerated. Seriously. Yeah, it really did. I cannot sing, Tanya. Are you kidding me? I have a terrible voice. Joyful Remorse says, your daddy's rich and your mama's good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. Well, I know mama's good looking, but I want to say daddy good looking too. We'll go. Oh, Maria says, Johnny Cash. Jesus says, Maria, can you sing like Shakira? She's like, Shakira? What do you mean? Paulia says, we need a living ferret and a dying ferret. Please, Jacob, love. But like, you guys, you know that the emojis are really tiny. So we can do a living ferret and a dying ferret, but I'm not so sure it's going to be recognizable as a ferret in such a small space. Like, we got to be really clever about this. And also, you have to have a very short text. It has to be a very short word to type in so that you can activate the emoji, right? So you can't do 2 words. Like, we cannot call an emoji living ferret. It's too long and it's 2 words. So it has to be one short thing. You know what I mean? So, and it has to be easy for users to be able to kind of type it out, right? So in order to do a live-in ferret and a die-in ferret, you either have to spell it all together, which is a really long word, or yeah, it's kind of silly. You would have to do like ferret D, ferret L, like ferret live-in, ferret die-in, which is not what we say, right? We say live-in, die-in ferret, live-in ferret. So L ferret, D ferret, L ferret. I mean, maybe we can do the Daco fruit fly from last Halloween. Oh, that's a funny one. So for every Halloween, we activate a new face. Nah, says Debbie. Cecilia says, dead F and live F. Oh my gosh. WTF. AF. Just says, just a ferret taxidermy emoji. That's the OG. Teresa says, living and dying. Yes, living, dying. Without the I, just D-Y-N, dying. Take out the vowels like Burby. Oh my gosh. Amy, just for like spelling it out, Mattel is coming for you in the chats. Off you go to jail, Amy. Asia says, do 3 emojis, one saying living, one saying dying, and the third one saying ferret. Huh, we could do that. So you actually, which is really, I mean, so basically, no, not saying ferret. The third emoji is a ferret. So the first emoji could be just living. The second one dying, and the third one a picture of a ferret. So you could like kind of put them together like little blocks, like we'll go, live in ferret, we'll go, die in ferret. I mean, technically we could do it. We could do it. Oh, Eileen, birthday! Happy birthday, Eileen! Burby, I mean, today I'm 47, but I would prefer to claim 247 from this day forward. With your blessing, of course. Of course, basic bag lady. Happy birthday, my vampire-ette. Happy birthday, sweetie. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, live in that. 247 it is, says basic bag lady. Just the ferret face may work. Happy born day, Irene, says T-Pal. Who leaned? Lady Braves. A little cat in the box. Is the cat typing or is it just hiding in the box? Suna says, can you not draw Ferret and Grim Reaper? Can you not draw? We could do it with the scythe. Hold on, let me check. Wait, oh my god, did Bubbles do this? Oh my gosh, you guys. Can I show this? Oh my god, you guys. Bubbles just generated a living and a dying ferret. I think it was Bubbles. Was it Bubbles? I think it was... Hold on, you guys. What is this? Oh my god. Okay, we can put the... yeah. Okay, you guys, hold on. I want to show you something. Yes, let's put the XXs on the eyeballs. This is so cute. Okay, so Bubbles generated a living ferret and a dying... Bubbles. Now, y'all, you know... Perfume of the day. When Bubbles... Okay. Yeah, Kev, Bubbles clever. Okay, so... Hold on. Let me show you. So... Actually, you know what? I think Bubbles did a really good job. For those of you who are on Discord and who are tier 2 members and have watched 2 weeks ago, or was it a week ago, the pre-show, we were talking about Sekhmet, the goddess from ancient Egypt. And Bubbles generated a modern visual of Sekhmet, and it was incredible, right? And I shared that on Discord. So Bubbles has moments, right? But now with the ferrets... Is there any way to do the X's on the eyeballs? So which one would be the X? The white one or the other one? I guess the white one is the dead one. All right. So let me show you. Everything froze. Hold on. Okay. All right. Are you ready? I'm going to show you the 2 ferrets that Bubbles generated. Now, just envision on one of them, we're going to swap the eyeballs for X's, okay? So here goes. Aren't they adorable? So I'm thinking this is Livin' Ferret. I'm thinking this is Livin' Ferret. I guess this one has a scar up there. I don't know. Bubbles generated just one eyebrow, I guess. But we could put like here instead of the eyes, envision like an X, and here also an X. So we could do the Dying Ferret, Livin' Ferret, or should this be Dying Ferret, Livin' Ferret? No, this is Livin' Ferret. This is Livin' Ferret. Yeah, I mean, it's the same ferret. We just have to swap the eyes. Oh, okay, Kuro says the Livin' Ferret with heart eyes and the Dying Ferret with the X eyes. Lady Bratface says the dark one is definitely Livin'. Okay, so this is Livin' Ferret. Luana says so cute. I know they're adorable. So we could do these as 2 emojis, but it's just difficult. Bubbles did a good job, but then it's just a little bit, oh my god, these are the little legs. At first I thought these are teeth. These are not teeth, y'all. These are the little leglets. These are little tiny leglet. They actually walk on these. So cute. So, yeah, 1 eyebrow ferret, and then this is a big nose ferret. This is one of those size queen ferret. Eyebrow ferret. But, so, I guess we don't need the ferret. I guess we could literally call it Livin' Dyin'. And I don't know if Dyin' is good for YouTube, though. We could just call it... how do we call it? No, maybe we could call it Dyin' and Livin'. We need a shirt with them, says Lady Bradface. But yeah, I'm going to swap the eyeballs. So let's see. I'm going to try to see how it looks when these have hearts. If it doesn't work well, we'll just leave the regular eyeballs. And here we're going to do the X's. And the X's definitely mark the spot. You know what I mean? And we still need a third emoji though. Y'all, we still need a third emoji. What will go, will go. They gotta look a bit more ratchet though, says Jizzes. Oh, Jizzes wants them ruffled up a little bit more. Ruffian. Not so cutesy. Well, this one has only one whisker. And this one has only one eyebrow. So it's like, I think this is as far as Bubbles takes it with ratchet. Bubbles is like, yeah, they're ratchet. Look, this one only has one whisker. And this one only has one eyebrow. Peeling off Chanel emoji. Cross-posting again. Chas. It's just so the one eyebrow on the white one and just one whisker on the dark. Oh boy, yeah, we are cross-posting. Peter says yes, no heart. Deborah says blue-green, but depends on the alphabet. Dying and living. Maybe they fought, so this is why is dead, says Asia. Siamese twins. It's not that. I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't want Ethan coming for me. Could you imagine? Ethan doesn't even know who we are yet. We're talking about H3 podcast. I love Ethan a lot, actually, but I'm not big enough to be on his radar yet. So, but like, oh, could this be Fashion Bunkers Teddy Fresh? No, it's not going to be Fashion Bunkers Teddy Fresh. But they are cute. I'm thinking, processing, computing. Debbie says, oh my God, a fart. Oh, you want a fart, Debbie? Oh, don't say that twice, because, you know, Bubbles be coming for you. Jesus says, Ethan is straight for a straight man. Okay, Jesus. Wishful thinking. Is great. Yeah. For a straight man. What? Yeah, Ethan is great. Is great for a straight. Oh, really? I said, what did I say? Is straight for a straight? Great. Ethan is great for a straight man. Like he's great for a straight man, or as a straight man he's great? Or is he a good catch for, like, would a straight man want him? Anyway, the third emoji, Baby Yoda. No, Asia. No, Baby Yoda. Copywritten character. Yeah, I know, Jesus. I was joking. Debbie's like, so much miscommunication. I know. No, Baby Yoda. Y'all, every live stream, somebody starts writing, let's do Baby Yoda emoji. Every live stream I say, we cannot do a Baby Yoda emoji. Oh boy, Selena wants Baby Yoda. Well, then I suggest you go to your local toy store and you purchase one. You are the person dying fair. You are the person dying fair, Jacob. Thank you, Maria. A ferret with a strawberry. Just is like, Maria at it again. Asia says, let's do AI-generated Baby Yoda. Hey, Val. Hey, Quinn. Quinn. Oh, how about we do a Quinn? A Quinn emoji. Like literally spelled with a K. Kwin. Maybe double N. Quinn. You know, Quinn. Little Quins. Little Quins. Quinn. Quinn. Jesus, how can we do an anyway, so emoji? How can we do that? There she is, Madame Ross, baby. Look at your little perfume bottle. Look at your little perfume bottle. Madame Ross woke up from her vampire slumber and she is with us in the chats. I sent her the voice clip and I guess she heard the voice clip and she's like, hello. Yes, Madame Ross, you were gifted a membership. By the way, you guys, it's also Madame Ross's birthday. Her birthday was on the 27th of June. Another fellow Cancerian. So everybody say happy belated birthday to Madame Ross. Happy birthday, sweetie. And it says a submarine emoji. We had enough of those jokes yesterday. We all ended up in jail. I just got bailed out of jail for making that joke yesterday. So let's not go to jail again. So yes, it's Madame Ross's birthday 4 days ago. Well, 3 days ago, technically. Well, 3.5 days ago. Happy birthday, Madame Ross. May you have a wonderful birthday. AJ says, carry pigeon emoji. Oh my God, a pigeon emoji. Y'all. And Madame Ross also, listen. Oh, Debbie, alarm, alarm, alarm. What happened, Debbie? Oh, Jay, oh my God, I was checking the messages. I thought you wrote me. I was like, oh my God, what happened? Okay, Debbie's like, jail, alarm. Wait, what was I saying? Oh, Polly, yes, happy belated birthday, June 23rd. I'm a fellow Cancerian too. Wait, what was I saying, Madame Ross? I totally forgot. Happy birthday, Madame. Oh, no, I cannot be interrupted like this with like mouses moving. What was I? The pigeon. Okay. You got, thank you. Who said pigeon? Asia. Thank you, Asia A. The pigeon. Listen, this is what I was thinking. And I told you this already, but y'all, does anybody else want the pigeon now? The Anderson pigeon. Am I the only one am I that loser? Okay, I know, Jesus, you don't want a pig. You don't want anything. Jesus is like... But then, like, you're like sending me pictures of like slime green lipstick. He's like, I don't want. And then he's like, look what I got. A neon green slime lippy. Cha. Your lipstick looks like the poop of that pigeon that I want. So they go hand in hand, honey. Chino pigeon, please. I want the pigeon. Okay, so basically... Now, the thing is this. That's a chicken. The pigeon is still available on the J.W. Anderson website, y'all. I've been investigating, and it did not go on sale. Why? Because I think that J.W. Anderson's sale team was trying to capitalize on the fact that the episode of And Just Like That was going to air now, where Carrie has a pigeon. So they didn't go on sale with the pigeon, even though the pigeon is a seasonal bag. But let me see. Is the pigeon still available? Is it on sale now? No, it's not on sale. The pigeon, yeah. Hey, cute though. I don't need the pigeon. I want the pigeon. I don't need the pigeon. But I don't need it. Okay, I'm going to show you. So this is the J.W. Anderson pigeon clutch. So we'll go. But it's just a pigeon, right? But, you know, every influencer and their buried grandmothers have one. So it's not like it's a special thing. But there's something about how Carrie wore that pigeon on her head. It's when she and just like that, Carrie put a pigeon on her head, and I wanted one. Vel says, I don't see the hype. Madame Ross says, why not carry a real pigeon? More a statement. Debbie says, dust collector. Well, I beg to differ. One could carry the pigeon, feed the pigeon, nest the pigeon. There's stuff you can do with the pigeon. Anyway, all right, fine. We're not going to get the pigeon. It's still not on sale. Cherry purse emoji says fancy pants. Well, we need a third emoji. Naomi, not with the lipstick color you're wearing, says Kev. Ah, yes. Just catch one from the street and freeze dry it, says Jesus. Not me thinking we're talking about a bird, not me. We are talking about a bird. Well, we were talking about a bird, but yes, Romina loves her pigeon. Debbie, if it goes on clearance, we're going to get the pigeon. Okay, deal. You could buy a 3D printer and print off 100 pigeons, says Steph. Yes, I would need a 3D printer first, though, but yes. We need a Chanel bird cage for the pigeon, says Cap. Oh, yes, I'm going to call Trisha Paytas right now. Hi, Trisha, darling. Sweetie, darling. That bird cage, that Chanel $20,000 bird cage that you bought and because you were too afraid to ask how much it costs. Uh-huh. And then at the cash register, they told you $20K and you were like, ooh. And then you bought it anyway because they shamed you into buying it. Yeah, that one. Yes. Uh-huh. No, yeah, I know you want to sell it, but you've been trying to sell it for a while now, but you keep telling everybody on TikTok that nobody wants to buy. No, I'm not. I don't want to buy it. No, listen, I don't want to buy your freaking bird cage. If you want, you could send it over to me. You know, we could do a little something. I could promote your OnlyFriends account or whatever and say, y'all, by the way, Trisha, Yeah. I think it's a fair exchange. I tell them about your OnlyFriends account and you give me the Chanel birdcage. Yeah, I know the Chanel birdcage was 20. Yeah, I know I don't have so many subscribers to warrant $20K for a shout out. Yeah. Listen, honey. You can't count me in with numbers like that. This is quality. You come to the fashion bunker for quality. We're niche. No, we don't do numbers. No, some people would tell me, oh my gosh, Jacob, it's an honor, a privilege to have one of my pieces in your archive. No, you want the money. No, I'm not going to give you $20K for the freaking birdcage. I don't know what the hell you did with it all these years. Oh, honey, we all know what you did with that bird. No, I'm not going to say. I'm live streaming right now. Yes, I'm live streaming. Yeah, you can. Yeah, come online. Come online. You could talk to us. Yes, we're talking about the birdcage. Well, yeah, you could. Yes. No, I'm not going to give you my address. You're too. No. Listen, P.O. Box. I don't want to have. No. You can send the birdcage to the P.O. Box and then we'll take it from there. Baby steps. You're used to those. All right, sweetie. Love you loads. Yes. We might come to some sort of agreement. That bird, though. Love you loads. Bye, Trisha. Well, that was Trisha Paytas for you. Who should I call next? Deborah says he's legit having a whole convo by himself. Listen, and this... Oh my God, did Bubbles just do the RuPaul thing on me? How dare you, Bubbles?
How dare you?
I just want to say, hold up, 20, how much? I could never be shamed into spending that much. Buy a birdcage. No, yeah, a birdcage. But this was an easy one because I was just having one conversation with one of me. Could you imagine it? Sometimes I have a conversation with like 10 at the same time. So yeah, we're going to put it to good use. This happens a lot, I feel, says Debbie. Yes. These conversations, yes, Debs, these conversations happen a lot. Jesus says, y'all know that one meme of a lady fighting with an imaginary person in the train? We'll go. Am I that lady? Am I in that train? Am I the train? Or am I the imaginary person that the lady's fighting with? Now we're entering philosophical territories of parallel universes. Heartbreak Hotel says the improv is giving. Thank you. Finally, somebody noticed. I swear to God, it's like pulling teeth to get a little compliment out of you. What did she do with that birdcage? Deborah, I dare not repeat what she told me on the phone. It's not stuff that can be said on the tubes. No. Now we need a birdcage emoji. Pigeon lady of Kevin in New York. Debbie says, call me. No, Debbie, I dare not. You have stuff. You would say things. Cabaret emoji. Steph says, only Jacob could have such an epic negotiation with an imaginary conversation. We'll go. We try engage and not in cage. Oh, Silver, look at you delivering the puns. Happy late birthday, Jacob. Thanks, Victor. Miss Molly says, next time, just send her some tweets. Yeah, she might respond. A Birkin turned Birkinage. Ooh, Asia. Yes, honey. Deliver the pun. People, Jacob deserves your thumbs up like crazy. Thank you. Thumb up the live stream, will ya? Do your host a favor. Thumb up the live stream. And if you wish to tip the entertainer, you can scan right over here. Scan it. Don't ban it. You're the train, honey. I'll bet you best believe I is, Jesus. Yep, the choo-choo. Look at Debbie learning to use all the emojis. I love that for you, Debs. And she says, oh my God, reminds me of that $63,000 purse Louis Vuitton just sold that you can only see with a microscope. That's not Louis Vuitton, though. That is the Astro Boy boots. Mischief did the bag. I want to own a train, says Madame Ross. Size queen. Anyway, you dare not is right, says Debbie. Look at her being all, what's up with y'all? Y'all, Debbie's on her 5th coffee, I believe. Oh, getting feisty with the mods. I'll ban you, Jacob. Oh boy. It's either Debbie or Bubbles. It's the two of them. And they always act like they can't stand each other, but truth be told, I believe they're in cahoots. Yeah, Debbie and Bubbles. Sometimes I think Debbie created Bubbles. Like a David Lynch scenario. You know, she fabricated Bubbles in her dreams, and one day, out of the blue, Bubbles was just there. And then Debbie started the whole, oh, Bubbles, I don't like Bubbles. But like, you watch what's happening. The more time passes, and the more Debbie and Bubbles become one. Telpa? I think not. I think this is not. There you go. Ollie said it. She sure did. Debbie says it's possible. I mean, you never know. Yeah, you never know. Debbie is Bubbles, says Jizzes. There you go. Debbie is Bubbles. No one has seen them together. Yeah. Wait, who else was doing the nobody has seen them together? Sam Smith and Adele? Is that another thing? Like everybody thinks Adele is Sam Smith. Asia A says she's undercover. Conspiracy in the bunker. Of course, Jane Davenport pops up when we talk conspiracy. Jane is like, yeah, Debbie, Bubble, yeah, yeah. Conspiracy theory. Sounds good to me. Hey, there you go. She revealed her true name. De Bubbles. Love it. Well, Debbie, finally, you can change your name to something that's not going to have a triple entendre. Vitamin D, Ghost. Steph says, SG was half right. Mischief's bag is based on a Louis Vuitton design. Yes, but it's not Louis. It's just like, the fur Birkin, what's it called? The NTF Birkin, the furry Birkin, what were they called? Notice how Madonna got an infection after the Sam Smith collab. Jail. Hey, Tina. No, Jesus, you're going to jail right away. This jail, somebody take Jesus to jail because Madonna got an infection after she had a collab with Sam Smith. This is exactly, Debbie. Toes will be your next name. Steph is like, lol, Sam Smith shade. Yeah, Jesus, exactly. That's where you belong. Jail. Yes. Smurfette. Okay, everybody. You're going with Jesus. Debbie. Like, you're going with Jesus, Debbie. You're going. The spice is flowing, says David. Or was it Firkin? Oh, no, Asia. It was the Meta Birkin. Yeah, that was it. The Meta Birkin. I'm going to sell a double flap to bail you both up. She talking about it as if, she, you know. Debbie, how many double flaps you got? What are we? So I presume you're not selling the one double flap. We're going for the sidekick. I'm boring to travel only train. My sister has an occasion to fly with a private plane. She's scared, but should go to take me too. Oh, she's scared to fly? Oh yeah, go on a private jet, honey. Fabulous. Oh, you're going to sell my double honey. My flap snatched. Double flap. Listen. You might have heard Bubbles fart from time to time on the live stream, but honey, I don't do the loose flap farts. No. Jesus is going to sell the fupa. Debbie's like, well, stay in jail then. Oh my God. No, drop the soap. Fupa emoji. T-Pal, how are we going to do the fupa emoji? The fupa is the little, it's the belly on top of, well, anyway. And I would have done the jail emoji a long time ago, but here's the twist. What I think YouTube should do, and that would be really amazing, if the jail emoji were a PNG, like with transparency, so that you could put the jail on top of somebody's profile picture for a limited amount of time. Or even better, if you could like put the jail emoji on top of somebody's word, like somebody says something shady, and then like you could use the jail emoji to cover that word with like little bars, but they're transparent in between. So you could still read the text in between, but the text is in jail. Like that would be a really good way to use the jail emoji, but of course we can't do that. You know what I mean? But that would be like a really cool way to do the jail emoji. Debbie's like, on top of Jacob's face. Debbie's grumpy cat today. I'm not saying I'm fashionable, but my processor runs on high heels and coffee. There you go. You see, it's like Bubbles, and then right underneath Debbie says, on top of Jacob's face. That's Bubbles. Debbie is Bubbles. I think we've cracked the code. We've cracked the code. We need a fashion bunker jail for timeout. Debbie's like, I'm fine. Totally fine. And now Bubbles writes to HA, bot. Something fishy is going on. Dan says, I love your hairdo. You look amazing. Thank you, sweetie darling. Very kind of you. Thank you. It's this new hair clip I got. Quite a ratchet one, but it's big enough to hold the hair no matter how you want to place it. It's really fun. Uh-oh. Y'all, Bubbles and Debbie just posted the same chat. I think we cracked the code. I think we cracked the code. All this time, Bubbles was Debbie, Debbie was Bubbles. I don't know what else to say. This is either incredible or I don't know. Oh, hello, Jacob. With minimal makeup, your Jacob up with max makeup. Leslie, hold on. Oh, hello, Jacob with minimal makeup. Or Jacob with max makeup. Cha. We'll go. What do you mean? Well, hi to you too. And Robot Emoji Synergy. Amy says, Jacob, you inspired me to spritz 30 pumps of Chanel Gardenia on myself today. I may need to be hospitalized, but I smell amazing. It takes a minute. You have to do it outdoors. I mean, you spray it indoors, you go out for a minute, then you come back in. It's amazing though. And it has to be hot outside, obviously. Not in the cold weather. Babyface Jacob is nice to see. Yup, he's a vampire. Hey, David, you best believe. Leslie's having a what you would do if when you okay will go moment. I smell delicious is super hot. There you go, Amy. Yeah. Debbie, that's what Bubbles says. Bubbles always says sometimes I even amaze myself. Okay, this is so confusing, y'all. That's what Bubbles said. Yes, Bubbles says sometimes you amaze myself. Leslie says, oh, I'm just talking about your look with minimal makeup or your look with maximal makeup. Your birthday makeup was very minimal. This is my birthday makeup. Yeah. Maybe I have a little bit more eye makeup than yesterday, but this is my birthday makeup. Did you discuss the Chanel Beauty Codes Couleur collection yet? Yes, Jane, we discussed that in the pre-show. The video is going out tomorrow. We need a Daycup line. A Daycup. Oh, a Daycup makeup line? Oh, Johnny, thank you. Happy birthday to you, Daycup. Sending love. Thank you so much. Hey, Tanya Brosnan, thank you. Welcome to Tier 2, sweetie. The Daycup line. That sounds really fun. Reveal yourself, Bubbles, says Kev. And then Debbie posts the bot emoji. Y'all, we've cracked the code. Hey, Louie. And just like that, an AF Debbie gets all Daycup's bags and trinkets. Makeup by Daycup. I would wear Daycup perfume with real civet. Oh, fancy pants. Tanya says, oh my God, I figured it out. Pat on back. Speaking of, thumb up the live stream and let's do the first topic. Let's talk about this quickly. All right. The gray market. Thank you, Amy. You look gorgeous. I like that look on you. Thank you, my love. I would love to have an eyeshadow by Daycup. Charlotte Tilbury could never, honey. Right, Jesus? Lottie. Peppermint Lottie. Charlotte. We're going to talk about the gray market. Go. Let me film this thing. Y'all, let me film this thing. Oh my God, it's so hot in here. The computer is overheating again, so it's like doing these weird stuttering motions. Hold on. And I am overheating just like the computadora. Backpack. Okay, Dora the Explorer, computadora. I agree, Amy. He looks gorgeous today. He always does, honestly. Oh, Dan, you're too kind. Thank you. Are we perfume gray market? No. Luxury gray market. Luxury bags gray market. Not just bags, but like the luxury gray market. Okay. All right, let's film this. Should I sit on the side when we with this background? No, I could be central. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, you guys. Luxury bags on the gray market. Chanel bags on the gray market? For cheaper? Not secondhand though? What gives? And how do we get there? Most importantly, how safe is it? Huh. We're going to get to that in this video. Subscribe to my channel, push the join button next to the subscription button, become a member today. Gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon, Super Daco, all spelled together there as well for extra perks. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week. Y'all are welcome to join the live streams. Subscribe, thumb up the video, hi chat in the sidebar. Y'all, this is insane because check out this AI generated background with all these gray market bags. So there's this article by MSN.com that listed 14 items. So the premise is this, follow me here. So the article talks about surprising 14 luxury items that you can find at Costco. Now, at first I thought, okay, so this is an article, they're probably going to list the usual suspects, you know, caviar, lobster, a wine cellar that you can buy for cheaper at Costco, like your usual, you know, luxury stuff you can buy at Costco. So I'm going through this list, but then I get to the luxury bags. But let's just get quickly through the list. You know, escargot, and then they like tell you on this list, like, hey, you know, Costco has escargot. And like you can, you know, you can either buy for $120 a snail or $10 of snail or something. I don't know. They're saying like at Costco, you can buy cheap snails, escargot or snails, like whatever. I would never. Diamond rings, they're telling you you could buy at Costco. And you could buy them for a lot of money, but also like luxury items for cheaper or for less. I mean, they still go apparently according to this. By the way, everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only. It's not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. But they're talking about $350,000 price tags, $400,000 price tags. They said Costco made headlines when it sold a $400,000 ring to one of its customers. Whatever, that's all marketing, I guess. Watches, they're selling luxury watches, you know, like Montblanc, Versace, Longines, Omega, Wagyu, I don't even know how to pronounce the word, the Wagyu or Wagyu beef, which is a super expensive beef. I think it's Japanese originally, so that you can buy that at Costco. Indoor infrared sauna, $5,000. Caviar, like I said before, lobster tails, Dom Perignon. You can buy that, $155 for a vintage 10-year-old bottle. Saves you a pretty penny. Still very expensive. Wine cellar, saffron. They're selling you saffron, usually priced at $80 for a 14-gram jar online, or just $5.71 per gram at Costco, allegedly. Wood-burning pizza oven. They sell fresh truffles from time to time at Costco for a cheaper rate, but still luxurious. They also sell you a golf simulator with the projection screen and all. And then that's 13, but 14 is designer bags. Now, I was reading through all these lists and I was like, yeah, okay, I don't think this warrants a topic on my channel. But then I hit the designer bags. And then my curiosity got somewhat piqued when I read the first sentence, in which they state that the biggest name in designer purses, including Burberry, Yves Saint Laurent, Prada, Miu Miu, Gucci, Chanel, when I read Chanel, my jaw dropped, have all passed through Costco's hallowed halls at one point or another. The warehouse carries a rotating selection of these high-end handbags and wallets. And I'm like, I have to talk to my people on my channel about this. Who has seen a Chanel bag at Costco? And they go on to saying, according to Kiplinger, they end up at Costco via the supply chain's gray market that's filled with surplus merchandise or items with minor blemishes or subtle quality variations that upscale boutiques don't want. End quote. Now, when I read that, my jaw dropped again, because let me explain this to y'all. this means that according to this article, they're telling us that Costco has a connection to the gray market being the manufacturers of these brands, as I'm interpreting this text, meaning the brands are in cahoots with them, like knowing what is going down, allowing for the sale of these bags if they're not in perfect condition, if they did not pass all quality control inspections, they might land through the gray market at Costco. But like officially, like without them having fallen off the train or the truck and then somebody picked them up and then like under the table sold them to Costco. No, like they're stating in this article that it's official, but hush hush. Like nobody's snatching the non-quality approved bags and then like kind of secretly giving them to Costco. But instead they're saying, no, what didn't pass quality control, a certain amount of them are then sold off to Costco. Now, interesting point. And I thought to myself, well, how can this be? How can this be? But then they go on by saying that this means that these purses are authentic and never knockoffs. But since Costco is usually not an authorized seller, manufacturers' warranties won't always apply. They did not say will never apply. They said won't always, which means in some cases they might, I suppose. I'm just interpreting this. And you won't be able to return the product anywhere but at Costco or but to a Costco location. Now, can we talk, because if this is true, and let me know in the chats, has anybody found a Chanel bag or any one of these other luxury brands at Costco? Amy Van Dyke says, you know what? I believe it. Amy says in the chats, aren't people ripping on them for destroying merch that does not make the Class A cut? Maybe. Steph says they also sell Chanel skincare products. They are on their website right now. But skincare products is different, because you can be a retailer, an authorized retailer of Chanel perfumes and skincare and beauty and not be a Chanel boutique. But Chanel is notorious for not allowing anybody to sell their fashion items and accessories, if not their own boutiques, minus the sunglasses. Carla says, I remember buying a YSL Lulu off Costco. No. Okay, Carla bought a Yves Saint Laurent Lulu bag off Costco, got it authenticated, came out authentic, but returned it due to the strap being like 3/4 longer than supposed to. I was bummed as the price was great. You returned the bag because the strap was longer, but the price was great? You could have taken it to a cobbler. They could have shortened the strap. So this is a thing, y'all. Seriously? So I guess I need to look them up this week. Shelby, me too, because I never saw Chanel at Costco. Now, I do remember an instance a couple of years ago. Do you guys remember in the news that reported this? This was in the news. This made it to the news. Was it Costco? Or was it at Walmart? No, I think it was at Costco. Somebody cited Louis Vuitton dog carriers, like for a pet, cat or dog, like little suitcases and the monogram canvas for your pet. Somebody took pictures. They had a bunch of them at Costco. I remember this. This was in the news a couple of years ago. Does anybody remember? Tyler says, imagine putting a 24 pack of Diet Coke and a medium Chanel flap in the same cart at Costco. Kind of a serve. I mean, I'm living for it. That's fabulous. That is so Y2K. Kuro says, I used to see Coach bags at Costco. Oh my God, you guys, is this the Mandela effect or is this a real thing? Like we're all remembering stuff. Frozen Luxury says, I've seen Prada in Midwest Costco. What is going on? Kev says, I've seen Fendi and Gucci at Costco years ago. Honestly, you guys, consider me mind blown. Pao says, my parents sell Chanel perfumes directly from Chanel in their perfume store. Yes, that's allowed. That's allowed for sure, Pao, yes. But fashion, different thing. Kev says, but people have gotten fakes from Costco as well. You never know. Uh-huh. Okay, here we go. Here we go. But do we have proof that there was also fakes at Costco? Because I wouldn't want this to be similar to like with Walmart. You know how like on the Walmart website, you can buy a bunch of things? And I've reported about this several months ago on my channel saying like, look, on Walmart, you can buy a Birkin online. Why? Because Walmart allows, or used to, I don't know if they still do, but everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truth or facts. Everything's alleged, just my opinion. But remember, we were talking about Walmart, like they allow third parties to sell stuff, a little bit like Amazon. Like you could be a reseller on Walmart. And if you go on the Walmart website, you could like check out Hermes and like their bags there. But this is different because Costco, as far as I remember, Costco does not allow third sellers. Like everything is sold directly through Costco. Plus, you need to be a member, and it's not just like online. Anybody can purchase whatever they want. I don't think they would have something like that. You would have to go in store anyway with the membership. But interesting, Carla says Prada, YSL, Balenciaga, Chloe, Ferragamo, all of them at Costco, but sell out quick. Y'all, I'm calling it. If we ever do a meet and greet, we were all talking about, let's do a meet and greet at 31 Rue Cambon in Paris. I'm like, bitch, we don't want to go. No, let's go to Costco and do a meet and greet every day. We should tent in front of Costco, be the first to enter every morning and try to snatch one of these bags. Now, granted, we want to do this. Yeah, we go to Costco, baby. We go to Costco, baby. Meet and greet at Costco. The best, listen, this is the best luxury content you could get on YouTube. Okay, a meet and greet with the fashion bunker at Costco. Costco is the new luxury. Like Costco is the new black? Yeah, apparently so. So we're not going to stand in line anymore for the launch of the newest Chanel bag release date. That's so passé, darling. You're still spending your time waiting in line to snatch a bag at Chanel at the date of release. Oh my God, you are embarrassing yourself. What's the new thing? Sleep outside of Costco before they launch the B quality that have not passed quality control bags. What's the difference anyway? The ones you buy at Chanel are going to peel anyway after 20 minutes of using them, so might as well buy them at the fraction of the cost at Costco. We're going to do a meet and greet at Costco. We're all going to go to Costco. We're all going to snatch these purchase all these gorgeous baglets for cheap. I want a 3-pack of luxury purses assorted pack. Yes, Mother Oats, that's exactly what we're going for. Kev says they have free food and drink samples as well. No purchase required. Oh my God, Kev, this is such... Wait, hold on. Are we on to something? Is Costco the new luxury? Look, like Kev said, we go to Costco. We're looking for our Prada, our Gucci, our Balenciaga, whatever, even though they're still canceled in my book. I know Tyler loves them. Whatever. Debatable. We got to change Demna, but the brand can survive, in my opinion. We digress. We go to Costco, we shop for these luxuries, and just like in a luxury boutique, Costco offers you a free drink. With the difference being, in the luxury boutique, first of all, the sales associates have to believe that you're going to buy something or you are a good return customer. Then they give you the drink. They're not going to offer you a drink if you're in there trying to purchase those crappy little double C earrings with the studs falling off. Rarely will they offer you a drink for that. You have to drop some coin and act like you're, Mr. Monopoly. But at Costco, just like Kev said, no purchase required. You walk through Costco, they're like, would you care for a nibble, madame? Would you care for a bit of cheese? Would you care for a nibble? Would you care for a cracker? A little chocolate? Would you care for a sippy of this latest champagne, darling? And as we read on this list, they also sell Dom Perignon, apparently. Would you care for some caviar, darling, as you look for the B quality Prada bag of your choice. I'm like, why, thank you, madame. Yes, I will. I will enjoy the cracker. I will enjoy the caviar, and I will enjoy the little lobster nibble while I'm purchasing my cheaper Prada bag. Debbie says it's the best store in my town. Cecilia says, sounds better than some luxury stores. Shelby says, I don't mind that. I love shopping at Costco anyways. You get better service at Costco, says Stephanie. Steph says, every time I go to Costco, I feel like I am luxury spending. Close to $1,000 on random stuff I didn't even know I wanted. LOL. Okay, we are literally onto something, you guys. I guess at this point we can say Costco is the new luxury. Let me know what you think about that in the comment sections down below. Is your head blown as is mine? We'll go, and let me know. Down with the video, subscribe. Love you loads. Talk to you laters. Fancy Pants. What perfume is perfect for Costco? The perfume that's perfect for Costco. What do you mean perfect for? I guess they sell them all in Costco. Oh, to wear while you're going to Costco? Oh, hold on. I got a little creature that I caught. I think the best perfume to wear to go to Costco would be... Not to throw any shade, I love that perfume to bits, but I think we should all wear shoulder pads. And I have the perfume right here. Let me show it to y'all. I have it. Passion by Elizabeth Taylor. I want to say that's my Costco perfume. Why? Because look, we can buy diamonds at Costco. They told us in the article we can buy diamonds at Costco. We can buy caviar, all that stuff. You know, Elizabeth Taylor loved her diamonds, right? So Elizabeth Taylor, Costco, Passion. I say we wear Passion to Costco. Yeah. Kev says Moschino cheap and chic. I could do Moschino cheap and chic as well. SG says, oh, and you can get money back from your executive card and your credit card to purchase your luxury bags. Yes, please. Oh my God, it's perfection. And the people who work there are so kind. Says Stephanie. I also get good price on the Estee Lauder Advanced Night Repair Serum at Costco, says Carla. I presume you meant at Costco, right? Luana, not me now looking for bags at Costco, says Luana. They treat their employees fairly. Yes, says Stephanie. That's awesome. SG says, I just got a $300 membership check from the executive membership of Costco. Imagine if I buy luxury bags at Costco. That's awesome, y'all. Fancy Pants says, yes, Passion. Vel says, I love me some Passion. It's a gorgeous one. Let's imagine we're at Costco right now. How I love this purple beauty. Yes, at times it smells like a toilet cleanser, but you know what? Something about it makes me feel ratchet just the right amount. You know what I mean? Just the right amount. Oh, I love Elizabeth Taylor's Passion. Georgia Beverly Hills as a backup scent. Oh, always Tracy B. We always got Georgia Beverly Hills. Always. Always. Mother O says, I get a 3% reward check too from being an executive member. My check was $90 last year. Oh, wow. This thing smells so good in the heat. Ooh, cha. Oh, man. It's so beautiful. That powdery, purpley, violet accord and Passion. I know you're a vampire, says Maria, but maybe I'm too because I'm from Dracula's land. I want to testy you. Oh, Maria, you want to taste me? You know, a vampire cannot bite a vampire. That can end very badly. HA says, oh my God, Maria. Yes, Maria is from Romania, y'all. Transylvania. Carla says Costco also has luxury sunglasses sometimes. Do they have Chanel sunglasses? Off topic, but do you know if the Chanel Codes Couleur items are available in beauty boutiques? Yes, Sylvia, they are, but not all the colors and not in every country. So in some countries, 5 colors are available, while 4 are not. There's 9 total, all 9 online, but only 5 are available in the stores. Diva is available in the stores, the orange color, the yellow, the gray, rouge noir, and is that 5? Diva, gray, yellow, rouge noir, and the orange. Yeah, those 5. Costco currently has, no way, Baccarat Rouge. Of course, Steph, they would have Baccarat frickin' Rouge. Costco has Baccarat frickin' Rouge, 6.8 ounces for $480. They also have a bunch of other brands like Creed, Nishane, and Tom Ford. Thumb up the live stream, y'all. Let's get to 200 likes. I swear to God, it's like pulling teeth. We got 162 likes, 38 more to go, and then we're at 300. And then we're at 200. Yeah, 300. I wish. I see Calvin Klein stuff. Well, Calvin Klein is everywhere, y'all. You know what I mean? Calvin Klein does their sneaky outlet quality stuff. You know what I mean? For these endeavors. I'm not paying $160 for these brushes. They are not getting me. Not this time. Amy. Exactly. Watch my pre-show to know more, but I'm going to post the video tomorrow. I have an in-depth review of this collection. I would highly recommend you to wait to watch my video first before you make your final decisions. Unless the FOMO really got to you and you got scared because online the products are selling out. If the FOMO really bit you, then do what you got to do. But if you're still fighting the FOMO, I highly recommend you to wait until my video is uploaded tomorrow, where I review the secrets of the collection. You might want to hear them before you spend the coin. Having said that, I can already tell you now, yes to the mirrors. Buy the mirrors. Buy the mirror. I'm not gatekeeping here, like saying, don't buy anything, so I buy everything. No. I'm telling ya, I'm going to buy the mirrors. I'm going to buy the mirrors. I love them. The mirrors are amazing. But for the other products, I have things to say. And there's a in-depth review coming out tomorrow on my channel about this collection. So be sure to watch. Cacarat Pouge Eau de Toilette, says Sylvia. You said it good. I'm sick of smelling Cacarat Rouge on literally everyone. Oh, Jesus said it. WTF is going on. It's like a pandemic. It's so annoying. I swear, like, Jesus, did you watch my video I posted today on the top 10 perfumes for And Just Like That, Sex and the City? I mentioned Baccarat Rouge in the video. Leslie says, I'm a sucker. The FOMO killed me. Leslie, what did you buy? Did you buy all of the brushes? Did you buy all the colorways? Wait, hold on. Let me do a quick math. It's $160 plus tax, but let's not calculate the tax just for a second here. And it's 9 colorways, 160 times 9. $1,440. Plus, let's say 9% tax. With 9% tax, you would be paying $1,570 just for the 9 brush kits. $1,570. If the FOMO bit you that strong, you gotta go to rehab, and you won't say no, because we're gonna make you go to rehab. You can't just spend $1,600 on 9 kits and then like get the same brushes over and over again. Unfortunately, the mirrors are unavailable in the UK. Are they only US exclusive? No, they're available worldwide. In the UK, they're going to be released in a day or two. They haven't been released yet in the UK, but they're coming to the UK, Cecilia. Don't you worry. Steph says, I bought a Chanel mirror, but it's useless because the magnification is way too weak. Us older people need a 15 times or more. Is that so? Well, I happen to have one right. Well, anyway. I have the black double mirror right here, and I used it for my review, so yeah, you'll see tomorrow. Anyway, rehab. That's a lot for brushes, though. Yeah, Tarima, you bought them, didn't you? Juju says, I'm already bored wearing Baccarat Rouge 540. Do they have Roja parfums at Costco? Tcha. Jesus reiterating, they don't look all that cute in person. The mirrors. But I'm not going to yuck anyone's yum. But he tries. But he not gonna. He not gonna, but he tries. Jesus, as if Roja is any better. Oh my God, Jesus, I cannot wait for you to hit like 40 or 50. You are going to be the most bitter Betty in the world, and it's going to be delicious to hear you rant about everything. We're going to have recording sessions of you at a certain age, like just going nuclear on stuff, random stuff, like from food to creams to perfume, like you already do. But you know, I'm gonna give you another 20 years, and you're gonna be nuclear. You should write a book like the new Joan Rivers. The new Joan Rivers. Could you imagine? Debbie's like, he's fabulous now. Now imagine 20 years from now, Debbie. It's going to be that times 100,000. Tonya says, I bought the mirrors. One of each color. Christmas gifts for my friends. Sure, Tonya. And who are your friends? You yourself, you and you and you and you and you. All the 9 friends of you. That's what I'm going to do, too. I'm going to get all the mirrors. And I'm going to be like, so who did you buy the mirrors for, Jacob? For my alternates, you know, all my alternate personas. So they're Christmas gifts. You know, I'm going to be like, we'll go. HA says, Jesus loves 1 million. No, he does not. Trima says, I love all the bags in your background. I can just smell the rich leather. Courtesy of Bubbles, the bot. So Bubbles created this mountain of gray market bags. So, you know, I told Bubbles luxury gray market bags, and this is what Bubbles thought meant luxury. This one is particularly interesting. The pattern, this one and this one. And I also really like this blue. How do I get there? Oh my God. This. This one is interesting. I think this is like a double bag. It's not 2 bags. It's like 1 bag, like a double satchel or something. But they're giving me very much like 30s vibes, like 30s leather vibes. Oh, Cambridge satchel. Yeah, a little bit like a Cambridge satchel. I wanted more colors, but only got 3. I got the rouge, noir, red, and the dark blue. Wait, Bible, that's a weird combo because rouge is red. Oh, rouge noir, but rouge... Okay, so you got all 3 online. You got them online. Okay, the pink, light green, and lilac were already sold out. Okay, but there's 9. I wanted to say there's 9 colors, and I lift 2 fingers. What am I? Me and math. There are 9 colors. Jacob. 9. I can't do this. 5. Stop. And 4. There are 9 colors available. Yeah, it does have mulberry vibes, but also the Cambridge satchels, but also This could be giving me Coach vibes as well a little bit. Ah, thanks, David. You're pretty. You don't need math. I'm so ditzy. And then when I'm blonde, I'm even worse. Hand talking. I know, Debs. Yes, thanks for pointing that out. Hey, BB. I talk to my hand sometimes because it does what it wants to do. And I tell it, hey, girl, what gives? Speaking of what gives, y'all? Thumb up the live stream. And I want to talk to you about another really interesting topic. Luxury retail workers and how much they earn, or better said, how much they don't earn. Let me record that little snippet with a different background, maybe. Thumb up the live stream. Thumb up the live stream. Thumb up the live stream. Thumb it up. Thumb it up, though. Thumb it up, though. Thumb it up, though. Though. We go. Thumb up the live stream, though. There you go. So who let the dogs out? Who let the... Okay, Business Insider. All right. Yeah, T-Bell. Yeah, thumbs it up, said it. Luxury workers in luxury boutiques and stores, famously called sales associates, fashion advisors, sales advisors, many different names, but apparently only one type of salary, and that salary is dramatically low. Let's talk about it. And what does it mean for the luxury world when the frontline workers that have direct connection and contact with the end consumer that's purchasing the goods get really low salaries? What does this mean down the line for these luxury brands? Are these luxury brands, by paying their workers not enough money, are they biting themselves in the tail? Long term, is this going to be detrimental for the luxury market and business? Let's find out together. Subscribe to my channel here on the tubes. Push the join button next to the subscription button and become a member today. Gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon. Super Jacob all spelled together there as well for extra perks. Thank you to my members and patrons who have already pledged. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week. Come join us in the live chats for the fun. Hi, chat. So there's a Business Insider article, businessinsider.in, that title claims luxury retail workers earn about $45,000 per year to sell handbags and jewelry that can cost more than their take-home pay. Now here, they start classifying a little bit and distinguishing what does this mean. With $45,000 US dollars, they actually mean $30,000 to $35,000 pay, and then commission throughout the year adds up to be $10,000 to $15,000, $10,000 usually. So usually the salary is $35K, and then you add on top of that $10,000 in commish, and then you sum it up to $45,000 a year. But prices keep going up. Clients keep spending more and more for these products. And yes, they mention in this article, sometimes, every day more often in the future, in the present time and in the future, because the prices are skyrocketing, these sales associates might sell a product, just one product, one ring, one diamond ring made in a particular way, can cost you $60,000 easy at Chanel, at Tiffany, at Louis. They also do jewelry, fine jewelry. It can also cost you $1 million. Louis Vuitton just, with Ferret, with that, sorry excuse for a designer. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only. Okay. Not rooted in truths or facts. Just alleged. Just my opiniones. Okay. So, Perel, the $1 million Keepall encrusted, made in crocodile or alligator encrusted padlock encrusted in diamonds, hardware in gold, $1 million, whatever. Let's not even talk about that travesty, but let's talk about a $60,000 diamond ring. The sales associate sells the ring, and that ring in one transaction costs more than they earn in an entire year of salary. But the brands demand high quality service from their sales associates. They demand that the sales associates know everything about the heritage of the brand. They demand that the sales associates keep up with, all the updates about new releases, new products. They demand that the sales associates learn about, they get these pamphlets, booklets, online courses, things that they always have to keep doing to learn what are the news about the brand. And many times the sales associates can't manage to do all that during their work hours. And then they take their digital homework home with them and they work over hours. They're not paid to do all that research at home. Another interesting point that the article points out is, well, times have changed a lot from the 80s and 90s, because now with the digital era, the sales associates are not just of them. It is not just demanded to, be polite in the store, know what they're talking about when they're conversing with the customer, but it is demanded of them to also make productive use of social media. They are given in luxury stores most of the time company phones, mobile devices from which they are encouraged and told to communicate to the customers. This communication with the customers, let's just say the brands might not officially on paper demand it of the sales associates, but it is between the lines encouraged to do so, meaning interact with the clients even after you are done working for the day. If a client sends you a picture of a product they want and they send it to you at 10 p.m. at night, answer to the client and say, I'll check tomorrow as soon as I'm back to see if it's in stock. Of course, I'll check that for you. Of course, this is all overwork that's not paid. The article also touches base on something that I didn't even know was happening. Apparently, it's a new thing. So apparently, and the article talks about, in particular, which company are they talking about? Where? Nordstrom. I think it was Nordstrom. Well, there's a couple of, okay, so first of all, for example, job listings for some of these luxury boutiques or shops, job listings call for TikTok-style video clips to evaluate a candidate's influencer potential, the Business of Fashion reported. A job at Gucci required 3 years of luxury fashion experience and the ability to maintain, and we quote, an active, accurate, neat, and organized client book per Business of Fashion. Dolce & Gabbana sales associates who push items like the brand's $45,400 gem-encrusted watch make about $37,000 in base pay, with about $15,000 in additional compensation per Glassdoor data. Now, Gucci's base sales associate pay is similar to D&G with $10,000 in bonus, total of around $47,000. But Jessica Cloutier, Nordstrom's senior director of styling and sales, told the Business of Fashion that her team is now recruiting from the real estate sector, where client relationships and commissions are de rigueur. We're going to teach the fashion side of it. They want you, in short terms, to work overtime, not be paid for that, always be available for the client, even when it's not your paid working hours. While you're at work, you have to be your top game, know everything you're talking about. Also, trick the client into buying stuff that they might not need, and then try to push away returns and say, this is regular wear and tear. At the same time, the article says that Walmart and Target are starting to raise their wages, and the wages of places like Walmart and Target are getting very close to the wages of luxury brand shops and boutiques. Isn't that interesting? They're saying that the job is multifaceted now for luxury as customer relationships extend beyond the sales floor and into the digital world. Isn't that interesting? But then Sandy Scholl, the founder and executive chair of luxury goods distribution company Metalux Group, said, "We feel very strongly that there is a need for salespeople again, but they need to be educated. And one of the reasons why people don't want these jobs anymore is because there's not been a focus on it. Nobody has made it sexy." In other terms, it seems like luxury brands are having a really hard time at the moment finding people to want to do the job. Why? Because people are not stupid. They're waking up and saying, wait, you're paying me very little. You're asking me to do unpaid overtime. You're asking me to know all of these things and deliver perfection, wear the uniform, have a certain weight, have the hair a certain way, do my makeup every day, have a manicure, be that presentable, person on the sales floor, and then do overtime, but you're not paying me right. And you keep diminishing my levels of commish. You got to sell even more for a bonus on top of the commission. And the percentage you got to sell is even more. I'm not going to give you commission on the leather bags, because they sell like hotcakes. So you're only going to get commission on hard to sell items. You're only going to get commission on the jewelry, fine jewelry. You're only going to get commission when you sell prêt-à-porter. And so they're making it harder and harder for these people to earn money. And yet the bosses, the CEOs of these companies take home billion-dollar dividends, and the investors as well, every year. So they're taking home at the end of the year billion-dollar checks and dividends, while the sales associates that are working on the front lines of this are barely earning enough to really thrive. They're kept as kind of slaves to the system. The system doesn't want to pay them enough so that they can become independent. The system wants them to earn just enough so that they have to keep working. Because if they stop working, they're not going to have enough to survive. But people are getting really fed up with this, because while 20 years ago you had to work during your working hours, now with social media, you got to work overtime, but you're not being paid to work overtime. Because with social media, like the article says, you extend that workspace into the digital era, and your clients all have smartphones, or almost all of them, and they're going to write you whenever they feel fit to write you. And if you don't, and if you don't respond, the company sees into your phone, because it's the company's phone. Of course, they're going to spy on you if they want to, through the company's phone, to see, through your company email account or messaging account, who you're messaging to, what sort of information you're exchanging. It's a mess. It's a mess. And they say that beyond recruiting and training, the question of compensation still looms large over the industry. And here it is. And they say that the entry-level retail wage at Saks Fifth Avenue and Neiman Marcus was about $17 per hour, while Costco, the new luxury, we made another video about that, check it out. Costco and Patagonia offered $18 and $20 respectively. And the median Walmart and Target workers make about $25,000 per year. And so Sukina Rao, co-founder of Luminaire, a personal shopping service company, said, if brands really want, and we quote, if brands really want to retain and attract this talent and have them stay on a more long-term basis, they're going to have to compensate more. Bottom line. It's actually really the opposite of luxury if you think about it. When some of these brands, I'm not saying all of them, but according to this article, quite a few of them are treating, the sales associates as really quickly disposable goods, But at the same time, they demand such high quality performance from these sales associates. I'm like, it's a paradox. You cannot expect your sales associates to deliver such high quality standards of work, but at the same time, treat them as highly disposable goods. How can they be highly disposable if it takes them a lot of time to actually learn the brand in and out, to learn the heritage of the brand in and out, to learn the lingo of the brand in and out? Those are not disposable qualities. Those are qualities that you get in a worker that has been with you for a long time. You invested time to educate them. They invested their time to learn and pass forth that knowledge and that passion about the brand to their customers. But if you treat them as disposable goods, you can expect them to come to work for you for a couple of months, maybe not pass probation or pass probation, but then they see like, wow, the pressure you're putting on them is way too high. And then they're going to leave again because they can get a similar salary, close to same salary at another place that's not a luxury boutique where they're not going to have so much pressure to perform and they're going to earn more or less the same money, but they're going to have to work way less hours. I do believe that a lot of these brands capitalize on the fact that they are famous brands. And I do believe that a lot of these luxury brands kind of instill into the potential worker this idea. They brainwash them into thinking, well, it's an honor for you to work for us. It's an honor for you to have the stamp of approval of us, this famous brand. This is ridiculous, you guys. And this is why we have these instances. And I've heard this many a time from you guys. You're sending me messages, emails, DMs. You who are working in luxury shops telling me, Jacob, this is ridiculous. Like they're threatening to fire me because they found out that I have a social media account, that I'm like posting stuff to Instagram, that I have a YouTube channel, and that I talk about luxury, and the brands don't like that. And they say, no, this is not good for our image. You're working for us. I'm like, honey, boo-boo cha. I might be working for you 9 to 5, but you don't own me. What I do in my private time, on my private social media platforms after I'm done working for you 9 to 5, is none of your freaking business. How dare you? How dare you? Oh no, it's a conflict of interest. You're showing on your YouTube channel, I don't know, you're talking about Moschino, but you're working for Jimmy Choo. Like it's a conflict of interest. You know what I mean? Like they come for you, or like they tell you, oh no, our brand does not. I'm just randomly shooting names here of brands. I'm not saying that this actually happened with these brands. It's just this was just to make an example. It could have been any brand, or they come for you saying, you're very outspoken on your social media platform. You know, you work for us, so you represent the brand by working for us, so you're not allowed to have a private life that's public anymore. I'm like, what is this, politics? Am I running for governor of Nevada? Or am I working, or am I selling shoes at some luxury store? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? And you want to own me and you want to own my free time, but you want to pay me 30 grand a year? Girl, there's another price to pay if you want exclusivity. And I think this is the biggest problem right now, that a lot of these brands could, for the longest time, get away with it. They could get away with telling you it's prestige for you as a worker to have our brand name on your CV. Because once you've had our brand name on your CV, you have made it. Like you can find a job anywhere else. Do I want to though? Because if I've worked for you and I've been enslaved by you, then what difference does it make if I work for another luxury giant? They're also going to be the same. Probably. Things got to change. What do you guys think? Let me know your thoughts. You know, Jesse says in the chats, no one should sell that much of their time. That's a good point. Leslie says, yeah, it looks good on the resume. Resume is the curriculum vitae, the CV. But how many times are they going to sell you that crap? Oh, it looks good on the resume. It looks good on the resume. Yeah, 10 jobs later, It looks good on the resume. I'm like, honey, boo-boo cha. I got 10 jobs that look great on my resume, and yet we're still here and you're still not offering me more money. You're still kind of playing that shtick. You know, maybe the first time you need it for the resume, but then on your second, third, fourth job, at a certain point, you're like, okay, I've done this spiel. We've done this spiel. How many times are we going to go in circles? And when am I going to get paid fairly? And when are you going to stop acting like you own me? Like you own my free time? When are we going to stop that? You know what I mean? So Cecilia says ridiculous, paying peanuts and expecting you to have no life outside work. Someone needs to straighten them up, right? Thank you. Frozen Luxury says Henry Bendel paid $18 an hour and 8% with no cap. Nordstrom paid $22 and 3% no cap in handbags. Thank you for letting us know. Heaven Blake says, oh, I agree. I just remember when I was new in the city and so many of my first jobs were internships with nada. Oh, no payment? Yeah, those are tricky. Tarima says, yeah, the 3 titles and 1 salary is the shtick. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Miss Molly says, I realized in high school that I never wanted a career where I had to deal directly with the customers. It's a tough job, y'all. I worked in retail. Let me tell you, it is HE double hockey sticks because people are crazy. People are crazy. Okay? Like, there are some amazing people out there, but there are some cuckoo people out there. And you as the sales associate, the higher end the store is, and the more you're expected not just to be a sales associate, you're expected to be a shrink, a psychoanalyst, a marketing genius, a brand ambassador, a social media influencer, like a politician. You have to know when to zip it. I'm like, girl, you want me to be a shrink? Pay me like a shrink. Bottom line. Monarch says, I worked at Neiman Marcus and it was tough. Vel says, people assume retail is easy, but it really isn't. Retail is the worst. It is so hard. I kid you not. I would come home after 9, 10, 11, depending on what I got to do, what I had to do, overtime and all, never paid. I would come home so fed up with life and humanity, I just wanted to go to sleep. Like I couldn't talk anymore because I was drained by all sides, by clients, customers, wanting, pecking at you. They suck you dry. And you don't know this if you're not working in retail. But if you work in retail, what I'm about to tell you now, you're going to say, oh yeah, Dacob, I know what you're talking about. As the sales associate, and this is where the shrink comes in, the psychology, you are expected to change your whole demeanor, energy, vibe, everything, according to the client that walks in. What does this mean, you might ask? Simple. Every person that comes in from the street, that walks into the store, is in their own mood. They're in their own vibe. Some are in a good mood, some are in a bad mood, some are high, some are depressed, some are on some pills, some are not, some are with their family, some are cranky, some are hyper active, happy. When they enter, they don't care about you. They just want their stuff. But you, as the sales associate, have to deal with their energy. So imagine having 50 clients a day. Each one of these mofos has a different vibe. You are expected to adjust your energy levels, to adjust your pace according to them. It's a part of your job. You want to sell well, you have to adjust to the energy of your client. If the client is super low, you also start talking more slow, more calm, short. Yes, you have to adapt like a chameleon to your client. If the client comes in is all like, oh my God, then you also got to rein them in. Okay, girl, I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you that. Okay, come on. And you have to flip like this throughout the entire day. And I'm telling you, by the end of the day, you have nothing left in you. You are so empty because these people are vampires. energy vampires. They drain the life out of you. And then you go home, and then if you have a partner, the partner is like, well, why aren't you talking to me? And you're just like, I cannot see a human being right now. I'm sorry. I just need silence. I need to recharge my freaking battery. And then before you know it, the alarm clock is ringing and you got to do it all over again the next day. Full-time job like this, it kills you. You got to be dead inside if you can do a job like this for 50 years or whatever before you retire. I mean, it's insane. And then people come to me and they're like, oh my God, I was treated so poorly in the boutique. They were so rude to me. I'm like, you best believe that sales associate is probably going through hell right now. For whatever reason they're going through, cut them some slack. I'm telling you. So, yes, Christy Donati says, you could probably add marriage counselor to that list. Yes. Vel says, it's like acting for 8 hours a day. It is. It's like you're constantly having to change and switch gears, adapt to whatever comes at you. Improv Central, honey. You know, in LA, then they tell you, oh, come to Groundlings, do improv at Groundlings. Groundlings is great. All the, famous American actors came from Groundlings. But I'm like, I don't need Groundlings. I literally live it 10 freaking hours a day. I live through improv. Seriously. Exactly, Frozen Luxury. And never mind having personal problems on top of that. Oh, honey. Ain't nobody got time for your personal problems. It's all about the client's personal problems. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. I know this was a big topic. It's very wide and it's very deep. So fill it up with comments and thoughts. This is a really interesting conversation, you guys. So let's continue that convo down below. Thumb up the video, subscribe. Love you loads. Thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Love ya. Bye. Great topic, Jacob. Thank you, Summer H. Yeah, this was, I'm telling you, y'all, this was an insane topic because when I and finally news outlets are starting to report about this because it was about time. So, no, do we have the And Just Like That background of the characters? Because if I'm going to review it, maybe it's nice to have them all there. Let me see. Let me post it and be merry and free. Bibbidi bibbidi bee. Where are you? And just like that. Oh, no, I don't see it. Did I miss the Chanel mirrors topic? Ira, the Chanel mirrors topic was in the pre-show, but I'll be posting it tomorrow. I highly recommend waiting to purchase any of the products before you see my video because there's a lot to say on that topic. But if the FOMO bit you and you can't wait and things are selling out, then, of course, I totally understand. Get whatever you want to get. You know what I mean? So, basic bag ladies. And just like that, the plot was ruined. Yeah, if you haven't watched the 3rd episode. Oh, can't wait for my retail days to be over. I hope sometime soon, says Louis. I hope so too, babes. Because let me tell ya, it was tough. You risk really becoming like that misanthropist working in retail. Like you risk really going there, becoming that misanthropist. And Tina, interesting. He says there's two type of customers. You say like the ones that know how to tip and the ones that don't. That's an interesting point. But we also got to talk about the tipping culture in America. It has to end. It has to end because I don't want to rely on the tip of a client to survive. I'm sorry. I want to know when I begin my job, this is what I'm paid. That's my salary. It's a fair salary, wages, and we good. And we good. And I don't want to belong to the customer. I don't want to be dependent on your mercy. You decide how much you're going to tip me. No, I'm not. I don't enter a deal with anybody not knowing what I'm getting out of it. It's insane. Why should I? I want to know from the get-go what I'm getting. Okay, so I don't want to be dependent on any tipping culture. It's ridiculous, honestly, and it's so sad that we have to count on tips to survive. Because it's literally like begging Ferret, honestly. Joyful remorse, of course I support tipping. That's not what I'm saying. I love tips. I have my own tipping thing right here. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about especially in the gastronomy industry, they rely, the job givers rely very much so on saying, I'm going to pay you $1 an hour, but you're going to live off of tips. I don't want that. Pay me my freaking $20-30 an hour that I'm owed. And then if the customer wants to give me a tip because that day I was in a good mood and the customer loved my mood, good. But if they don't want to tip me, I don't want to be at the mercy of a client. A random person entering the store, entering the restaurant, that I'm not entering in a contractual obligation with. I don't want to work for free. I don't want to work in the hopes that you're going to pay me, and you, meaning the customer, that's going to leave a tip after they had dinner. Like, what the hell is that about? I'm sorry. No. Would not go, would not go. No, I know joyful remorse. I know you were agreeing with me. I know you were agreeing with me, but I just wanted to clarify because I know somebody's not going to understand probably. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't want our existences to depend on the tips of others. I want my existence to depend on the contractual work that I do with the business that I do it. Okay, whoever offers me the job, we have an agreement. You'll be paid that amount per hour. And that amount will be enough for me to sustain myself, to live and thrive. And then if tips come on top, they're very welcome. Love it for me. But I don't want you as the job giver to tell me you're going to have the minimum wage or even less than, whatever. But don't worry, you're going to live off of tips. I'm like, what tips? Are you guaranteeing me a set amount of tips in my contract? And if I don't get those tips, are you, Mr. Job Giver, going to cover for the lack of tips? Then we can talk. If you're going to guarantee me several $1,000s of tips a month, minimum, and if I don't reach those tips, you're going to cover whatever's missing, then we can talk. But if you're going to tell me, if I don't get those tips, tough titty, no, we're not going to. It's kind of insane. It's kind of insane to hire employees and not pay them and have the customers come to cover their income. Deborah says, dude, I worked in a restaurant a long time ago where the owner would share in the tips. Too ridiculous. Yeah, that's insane. Sorry, y'all. I can't. Hey, ampersand. Oh, hey, Summer H. It's getting worse. Majority of tips. Oh, child, we grown. Summer. Wait, David. The history of tipping in America has its origins in slavery. It's yikes when you read the history. Summer H says it's getting worse. I'm seeing stories about the owner actually keeping the majority of the tips too. Tina says, yes, I sort of agree, but the front of the house gets less. The front of the house? The front of the, what are we talking about? Ampersand says, in a lot of places pool their tips, so many of the workers individually may not wind up with that much by the end of their shift. That too. Deborah says, dude, okay, read that one. 100% with you, says Amy. Carrie says, I've started seeing restaurants that actually raise their wages and prices accordingly and advertise that, which is really nice to see. VLTN says, also, I think jobs that are only paid by tips should be illegal unless it's law for the customers to tip, because otherwise you literally risk not making anything. Ampersand says, yet they have rent to pay, food to keep in the fridge, gas in the car, etc. They need to be paid a living wage and not reliant on tips to keep a roof over their heads. It's bizarre, says Jizzes. Shelby says, when looking for a job, you expect to get paid. However, when you have to rely on inconsistent system as tipping, means that people might make $0 for a day of work because people did not tip the server. Exactly. Kudo says, I worked at a place where the restaurant gets a percentage of it. Disgusting. Tina says, they were on the way of changing it, but it all stopped. Basic Back Lady, I have heard of a local owner dipping into tips as well. Isn't that illegal, unethical at the least? Victoria Chen, they always put an excuse that food's going to cost a lot more if they pay their wait staff more. Other countries pay their wait staff a decent wage. Of course, Miss Molly. And then there are restaurants where the waiters, waitresses have to turn in all their tips and the staff splits them. Yes, many do. Mr. Puppy, went to dinner recently, which included a service charge. Restaurant was transparent on how it was split among all employees and stated that tipping was not required. Yeah, but made you feel like you had to. Carrie says, front of house is servers, waitstaff, back of house is the kitchen. Tina, servers are front of the house, a term we use. Oh, gotcha. I understand. Louis says, and why the restaurant owners become wealthy in 1 year. Exactly. The restaurant owners become wealthy, buy their houses and their apartments and new cars all the time, but then they keep telling you, sorry, we can't pay you a normal wage because we can't afford for the food and all, so you're going to have to rely on the tips. Yeah, right. When your boss tells you that, just look at the house they live in, the car they live in, and you're going to know where the money went to, that they can't afford. I thought in the U.S. owners taking tips from workers is illegal, says Mwedzi. Joffrey Moore says, yeah, they should about the tipping thing. Wild, however, history in America is just essentially propaganda. Oh, yeah. Revisionist history, says Deb. Sina says that is a pool house when they split. Oh, the cash, that's called a pool house. Ampersand, oh, really? No Social Security when we retire. It's pretty sad. No one should have to work well into their 70s or older. It's ridiculous. To Amy. Message was for Amy. David says, here in Canada too, if we're real honest with ourselves. Summer Age to Mwedzi, many things that are illegal in the States is perpetrated because nobody does anything about it and can't. Hard to find an attorney to take a case unless they can get rich from a lawsuit. Exactly. And I tell you, the laws are made for the rich, honey, not for morals. Don Spatz, hi y'all. Seems like I signed in right in the middle of a deep discussion. I agree. Tipping is out of control. Pay the employees fair wages for the work they do. Exactly. Pay them fairly so people can live and count on it. And then, if clients on top of that wish to tip, welcome. I'm welcoming those tips, but don't make me rely on those tips to be able to survive. That's all I'm saying. Carrie Fernandez, but workers have to know it's illegal and where to report it. And that also workers are often abused, and their non-knowledge of these situations and instances is also often abused. You know, ignorance is bliss for the rich, keeping their workers ignorant, I mean. Don't expect the employee to have to rely on tips in order to live, Don. Joyful Moore says, the last week the Supreme Court has showed us that we as Americans don't have rights unless we fit a certain demographic and unless you don't believe in a certain religion. Yeah. David says, this is why I pay memberships for the content I consume. Thank you, David. Very kind of you. So true. That is just illegal, says MJMJ. Steph says, the reckoning is already beginning. I have had many restaurants near me close because they can't find people willing to work there. I feel like change is coming. From your mouth to somebody's ears. Leslie says, as a counterpoint, one of my students made $30,000 on tips working in Martha's Vineyard for a summer. exceptions that confirm the rules, probably. It just says, why don't they at least pay the minimum wage? Exactly. Oh my God, can I just touch base on something before? Damn good for you, friend. Deborah said, listen, y'all, I know yesterday, we're going to do the And Just Like That review, but before we do that, I just want to touch base on one thing. We were talking about the transgender situation yesterday. And again, what's the guy's name? The Beijing beard. I need water. I need a bottle of water. Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh was doing the... Sorry, Matt Walsh. Y'all, I'm just going to be quick about this. I don't want to lose any viewers here, but this is really important because he made this stupid comment about this one transgender kid. And I say kid because they looked like they were in their early 20s. Hey, Zara Justina. Oh, Oshidi says, I'm trans here, so I have a say. Okay, perfect, Oshidi. Thank you for being here, by the way. Listen. Okay, Oshidi, so you were there yesterday when we were talking about this Matt Walsh creature. And there was this transgender kid saying, you know, like, I'm a trans woman. And, you know, Matt Walsh is all about, oh, he's there with his beard and kids and heterosexual dude. And he's like, what is woman? What is man? What is female? What is, that whole shtick. Sick of it. And I told you what I think about that yesterday. Go check out my birthday live stream to know all the deets. I'm not going to bore you with the whole thing again. But there's this one point that I didn't really touch base on fully. And I thought about it today. And I'm like, you know what? Let me share this with my people. So this trans kid said, I'm a trans woman. And then he did his whole shtick. No, you're not, blah, blah, blah. But he said and implied that it's just a choice. So he said to this kid or this person, to me, it's a kid. If somebody's in their 20s, I call them a kid. It's my motherly instinct. What can I do? And he said, so like you're in your 20s and they said, yeah, something like that. And then he said, well, why aren't you 60? Such a stupid comment to try to prove his point. Like, yeah, you're 20. We all know you're 20. Your biological age is 20 and you're 20. So why aren't you 60? Like, you decide to be a woman, but you were born a man. You're a man. So why, it's so... And that poor kid was like shocked. Not shocked because that was a gotcha moment. That was not a gotcha moment. That kid was shocked because this is a cretin talking to them. And I was thinking about this today and I thought to myself, oh my gosh, actually, there's a really good answer to give to this idiot. And that would have been, if he would have asked the trans kid, why aren't you 60? If I were that kid, I would have, well, of course that's the problem. The guy's quick with his puns, and then it takes me a day to think about an answer, but I got the answer. And I was thinking to myself, oh yeah, that's a great question, Beijing Matt. So 60, huh? In which calendar would you like me to think? Because listen up, the years and the calendar and the way math works for you and your Christian belief is connected to the Gregorian calendar. So, I might very well be 60 in another calendar, calculating numbers in a different way. And then Mr. Beijing Matt is going to say, that's not true. Numbers are numbers, math is math. Okay, Mr. Beijing, let me tell you something. Why, oh why, does the calendar according to which we abide, why does every fourth year have 1 day more? And then we go back. Why does February have 29 days every 4 years and then 28? Why? Because our calculations suck. Because we decided as a society to create an artificial system of calculating time by a 24-hour-a-day routine, 365, and every 4 years, 366 days. So we decided to conform to a certain time. So, Mr. Matt Beijing, you're trying to tell me that you decided to conform to the numerology system in the Gregorian calendar, and you're telling me I'm 20, so why can't I be 60? I can be 60. Of course I can be 60 instead of 20. Just calculate time outside of your ridiculous, minuscule, single-digit IQ brain. Step out of that. See time for what it truly is and not for what you want it to be. And then you could see that I'm actually 60. And by the way, Mr. Beijing, by the way you're behaving, you seem to be the 20-year-old and I seem to be the 60-year-old after all. That's the answer you give Mr. Beijing. And all his little minions, the little monkeys that laughing, gotcha moment. They're going to zip it. They're going to take several seats and reevaluate their lives. Just wanted to say that, closing the parenthesis, really, I just thought about that today and I thought like his stupid comment about like, why aren't you 60? I'm like, you know what? Get a life. Get a life. Seriously, get a life. Seriously. Get a freaking life. Get a freaking life while you're at it. And while you're at it, shave that beard. You look ridiculous in that beard. So anyway, David Anderson says he's 41 and sadly worse now than when you was 20. We'll go, says Kev. Vel says, I don't know why people can't just let people live their lives. Because people are cretins that just want to poke their freaking noses where they don't belong. Because they're too, sad with their lives, frustrated with their lives, unhappy with their lives. And so instead of fixing their own life, they want to make your life miserable, just as miserable as their life is. And they think they can get away with it because they use their religion as an excuse. They use their white privilege as an excuse. They use their masculinity and Beijing beards as an excuse. And they're going to do whatever they can to legitimize their shitty behavior just because their life is a piece of shit and they want to make yours just as shitty. That's all it is. That's all it is. Honestly. Up Hoka playa. That's right, Frozen Luxury. Yeah, things are going backwards, says Debs. Just saying, sorry, closing the parenthesis. VLTN says to Oshidi, to him, trans people don't exist, so it's not about the age. He's trying to say that if you can say you're trans, you can also say you're 60. He thought he ate, but the dumbness is just beyond. Exactly, VLTN. Thank you. You put it perfectly in one short comment. Jethro Remorse says, my father said things are about where they were when segregation was going on, and my dad remembers segregation. And Debbie says, I believe it, Jonna, and I believe it too. Tina says, I wouldn't mind a world where Matt Walsh didn't exist. He's dangerous, says Tina. Oh, he's so dangerous. So dangerous. And the danger that comes from him is not the stupidity that he exudes. The true, listen and listen good. The danger that comes from him is his total lack of empathy, total lack of emotional intelligence, and all of this, and I'm no professional, so obviously you can come for me now and say, but you're not a doctor, you're not allowed to say this. But suspicion, allegedly, it's such a sociopathic character trait that we see in movies, in TV shows, in books, and that's the danger. That man shows no emotion in his eyes when he talks. He shows no empathy. There's no life in his eyes when he talks. That's the danger that I personally see in people like that. The true danger. That's empathy, compassion. Yes, Mr. Puppy. So anyway, David says, watch the really great Laverne Cox interview yesterday. Very on topic. Anyway. But why do people give him the power by listening to him and not shutting what he says down? I said that yesterday in my live stream. I'm like, people, just don't talk to him. Don't go to his open speeches. Don't try to counter his debate. Don't debate him. Don't give him any attention. That's the only way that these people go away, because people like that get obsessed with attention. And if they don't get attention, then they start making big mistakes. Then they start making acts of desperate attempts to get attention. And then they start saying stuff that, can easily get them canceled, right? So, yeah, Katie, he thrives off it, right? So anyway, let's move to lighter shores. Let's talk about it just like that. Okay, Bubbles, we go, the background. Buble, buble. Chum. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to give him any more attention. I just wanted to clear that one point yesterday about that argument. Like, oh, you decided to be a woman? Sure, easy. Why don't you decide to be 60? And I'm like, girl, that's no argument. And we've debunked it right now. Oh, look at us. Are you ready, Ferret? Spoilers up ahead, you guys. Hello, everybody. And just like that, Season 2, Episode 3 aired. And here we are. Warning, spoiler alerts. We're going to talk together about Episode 3 of And Just Like That, Season 2. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. Hello to my chat. Join me. I live stream several times a week, and we discuss fun series and fun shows like this one together. Hi, everybody in the chat. So you are warned, spoilers up ahead, starting now. So I do have my little list. I went through the entire episode several times just to be very clear on the timing, the chronology of everything. So this was a fun episode, you guys. Now I know And Just Like That gets quite a bit of negativity and people love to hate watch it. But it's so kind of funny. It's almost like a trend for people to hate watch it and then to make their videos and to talk like really nasty stuff about it and how bad was Che, how bad was Cynthia Nixon's acting, Charlotte was terrible, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, girl, loosen up. This is such a fun show. Why? Why does everybody wish this show to go away, but secretly everybody wants it to stay? A little rhyme, what a slay. Careful what you wish for, people. Because it's not like we got a bunch of really cool, fun shows out there. You know what I mean? Let this be. Listen, it got a ton of great views the first season. So, of course, they renewed it for Season 2. Season 2 is doing great so far, I believe. So, listen, I'm hoping that they're going to do a Season 3. People are already saying they're going to cancel it after Season 2. Samantha's going to be the last thing that pops up, the cameo that, Samantha Jones, Kim Cattrall is going to do a phone call, blah, blah, blah. We talked about that in a separate video and how that's going to happen either in episode 10 or 11. Yes, there's going to be 11 episodes this season. And like, oh, that's going to be the closing act. Then And Just Like That is over forever. I'm like, no, let it stay. Bring Kim Cattrall back in. Let them make amends. Let them all make peace. Bring the girls together. I love this show. It brings me peace and joy to watch it. Come on. And yes, there are cringy moments in the show. So what? I mean, heck, I spend every day of my life has more cringy moments than an episode of And Just Like That. I cringe at myself early in the morning when I look in the mirror, for crying out loud. I'm like, give me a break. If you can't handle a cringe moment, then you're not human. I'm sorry. Bottom line. But anyway, we digress and we're back to these lovely people. So we got Lisette sees Carrie and invites her to her Jewelry for Bulgari event. Lisette in Season 1 moved in Carrie's building. She lives in the apartment underneath Carrie's. So they became friends in Season 1. Lisette is a 20-year-old socialite, and she's a jewelry designer in New York. And, Carrie kind of has motherly feelings towards her. Carrie kind of sees her as like a younger version of herself. like the new generation of New York women in their 20s. So Carrie cares for Lisette from time to time. And so Lisette is back for season 2. And she meets Carrie walking down the street and says, Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. And this entire episode, was it sponsored by Bergdorf Goodman's or what? Because Lisette is wearing one of those vintage varsity Bergdorf Goodman jackets. It was so bizarre. But anyway, and then we're going to see Carrie later on in the episode shop until she drops at Bergdorf Goodman's for a ton of shoes. But that's all coming later. And we see the shopping bags and it's all a huge promotional thing. But whatever, we digress. So she invites her for the opening of her collaboration with Bulgari. So Lisette was apparently invited by Bulgari to design some jewelry for them. And so she's in the middle of town building up these little weird futuristic looking Epcot Center-like tents in which she's going to showcase the jewelry. It's going to be a party, drinks and all included. She says, Carrie, will you come? Will you come? Carrie says, of course I will come. Scene after that, Seema is at... This is Seema. Lovely lady. Lisette, by the way, is not on this table. I always say this table looks like the Last Supper. Who's Jesus here? Who's Judas? I don't know. Maybe everybody's everybody. But Lisette is not at the table. I guess as a character, she's not important enough to be at the table. But anyway, Seema is here. Seema is exiting her apartment building with her Birkin. Yes, the Birkin is back, baby. Hermes is in full swing back in, and just like that, and I got to say, and just like that, I felt home again. Oh, it felt so good. And of course, I see Seema exiting her apartment building with the Birkin, crook of her arm. It's an ostrich version of a Birkin in kind of a gold sandy color, brown gold color. And of course, the first thought that runs through my mind, because we've seen Sarah Jessica Parker give an interview for Vogue a year or two ago, saying that one of the Birkins used in one of the episodes in the OG Sex and the City that Carrie wore, not the episode where Samantha and Lucy Liu, she was doing PR and she wanted a Birkin for her but bought it for herself. Not that episode. We're talking about a random episode where Carrie wore a Birkin. Sarah Jessica Parker revealed to us that Birkin was indeed fake. So, of course, since then, we're doubting everything. So Seema appears with the Birkin at the crook of her arm, and I immediately think, is it fake? This must be a fake. It's a fake. Because 1 second later, a dude rushes past Seema and snatches the Birkin, steals it, and runs off. And Seema is dressed in Fendi with Gucci shoes. She has a Fendi muumuu on that flows as she's running down the street, and it's so elegant. Her little Fendi dress is fabulous, darling. The stylist said, oh, we wanted her to wear something that flows beautifully as she's running after her Birkin. I'm like, wow, that is so fashion. Victim, I live it. I'm living for it. Live in Ferret to style the actress or style the character in a dress that will look good as she's running down the street after a thief who stole her Birkin. That's what we live for. Sorry, that's what we live for. So anyway, so she rushed off. The bag disappeared. She's shook. The way the bag was folded under the guy's arm and how it kind of bent, I was like, oh my God, they're really mistreating this Birkin. It must be a fake, because if it were a real one, nobody would allow them to treat a Birkin that way. Nobody treats baby nobody puts baby in the corner. A little Dirty Dancing reference there. So, and then, of course, she then talks about it to Carrie. She complains to Carrie and says, I bought the Birkin so long ago. There wasn't even a wait list back then when I bought this Birkin. So it's cute that they know what they're talking about, that they're referencing the Birkin is so old and it's so important to me. Such a symbolic thing to have this Birkin. I bought it when there was even no waiting list. Still, cute. Then we cut to Lisa Wexley and Charlotte at school, where they met at school in season 1, the school where their kids go to, like a high school. And they're at a school meeting. There was an incident at school. Some students created a MILF list. and Charlotte and Lisa are dying, Ferret. They're dying to know who made it onto the MILF list. You know what MILF stands for. I'm not going to say it here because we are on the tubes, but MILF. Okay? So, of course, they want to get their hands on this list. But the principal is saying, you know, it has come to our attention, dear parents, that one of our male students created a MILF list, and this is unacceptable. Punishments will be issued. But who made it on the list? We'll find out later. Carrie records an audio book for her book entitled Loved and Lost. The title is quite cringe. Loved and Lost. I mean, okay, we'll go. So it's, of course, it's an autobiographical book, and she's talking about her life, and she's talking about her life with Mr. Big / John. And of course, John passes away in season 1, episode 1. And so there's one chapter of her book, and that is chapter 3, where she describes exactly how it went down. You know, how she went to the opera, came back, well, to a concerto. And they tell her, diction, pronounce the T's, not concerto, concerto. So anyway, they're telling her to do the T's, enunciate the T's. And she comes back from the concerto, and Mr. Big is, dying on the floor in the bathroom. So she's describing that in that particular chapter of the book, but of course now she has to read it out loud for the audiobook, and emotions run deep, and of course she cannot read that chapter. She starts reading it, she starts crying. She's trying to do everything to not have to read that chapter out loud again. It's just too painful for her. And then there's like this weird incident of one of the assistants coming in, helping her out, and he has a mask on. I guess he has COVID. That's kind of the running gag throughout this entire episode, is like, who's going to get COVID, who isn't? And the guy apparently has 2 masks on to not pass on COVID to anybody, but he has bad breath. And then they say, oh, even through his mask, like we can smell the bad breath. That's, I'm like, why make that joke? That was very rude towards him. I thought that was very, they could have left that joke out, but whatever. So anyway, they're worried that Carrie's too sad to record this, so they give her more days. They say, you know what, we're going to give you 5 days to record the book. Oh, Debbie, you thought it was armpits? He had stinky armpits? In the chat, Debbie's saying, yes, armpits? Stinky armpits? Okay, well, it doesn't even matter. So, okay, armpits. Who cares? Armpits, breath, either way, unnecessary, really. Now we cut to the next scene. Miranda and Che Diaz are rehearsing Che's lines for the Che Pasa show in LA at home, in their Los Angeles home, while they're having breakfast. And the line reads something like this. So Tony Danza is acting as Che's dad, and Tony Danza has to say to Che, you want to be non-binary, then be non-binary. You know, I just don't want to lose my little cannoli girl. I remember you as a girl, you know, yada, yada. Che says being non-binary is not a sad thing, so Che doesn't want to cry in the scene. Miranda says, but the script says Che is crying and keeps on crying and tries to talk through the tears. And Che says, yeah, but that's not me. There's nothing wrong with being non-binary. Why do I have to act as if it's this dramatic thing? I really enjoy the commentary here, or the commentary on how the show is reflecting and the writers are reflecting on a lot of the criticism that the character of Che has received in season 1. And so I love how they're building up the scene of where Che has to deal with the situation within the show as a reflection of how Sarah Ramirez has to deal with this outside of the show because of all the criticism coming from a lot of the old school fans of the show from back in the day. I found that very clever. And people are also criticizing how Cynthia Nixon, by the way, this is Che, and this is Cynthia Nixon, okay? So this is Sarah Ramirez, this is Cynthia Nixon as Miranda Hobbs. And people are criticizing Cynthia for like, oh, you don't know how to act, blah, 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 terrible at acting. I'm rewatching the entire Sex and the City show these days, like from season 1 all the way to season 6. Cynthia Nixon was always the comedian. She always had the ditzy puns, the silly punchlines, the ridiculous, embarrassing, cringy lines. She always made a fool of herself. She's the same, you guys. She's not acting any worse or any better. She is Miranda that we know. You know, people say like, oh, she's acting like she's like a little bit, you know, you can't say the word, right? But, you know, that she's a little bit off. Like, oh, you know, oh, let me do a tattoo, you know, overly excited about everything. She was like that always. Do you remember when they went to Los Angeles? Coincidentally, I just watched that episode, like, because they're, you know, Miranda is in LA with Che. But in the OG series, Miranda, Samantha, and Carrie went to Los Angeles because they wanted to turn one of Carrie's books into a movie, or they were negotiating about it. And Matthew McConaughey was in that episode, right? And Miranda, throughout that entire episode, this is season 3, you guys. This is early on in the show. She was already like all ditzy, you know. She was all like, oh my God, it's all about sex here. It's all about sex. Like I'm a lawyer and nobody looks at me. And then like towards the end of the episode, she gets so horny and excited and she's riding that bull. And then like her shirt opens up and you have her, you know, the cleavage shows and she's super excited that she's finally feeling her oats and being sexy and ditzy. That's Miranda. She's always been like that, you guys. It hasn't changed. Stop criticizing her. Like, they're doing a great job writing her character. She's hilarious. Anyway, so now Che says there's nothing wrong with being non-binary. It's not a sad thing, but Hollywood is making it sad. And then Che, not the character in the hold on, you guys. Che starts crying, but for real. Because like Che's just so frustrated. They want to change their costume. They want to change their appearance. They want to change their hair. They want to change. It's like Hollywood is taking over Che's life and trying to rewrite Che's life. And we're going to see that later when we go into the show, the filming of the show, when Che is talking to Tony Danza, and we have the writer slash showrunner who's also non-binary or lesbian. I think non-binary or transgender. I'm not so sure about that character with the blue hair. They are the showrunner. They know, and the camera pans into the showrunner knowing every line by heart because they wrote it, feeling every line as if it were their story. And in fact, in the last episode, that showrunner tried to turn Che into them, saying, oh, you should also paint your hair blue like mine. Dress like me. Wear a suit like me. And Che's like, I'm not you. I'm me. So Che's having a hard time with Hollywood taking over their identity for the sake of a sale and for the sake of their own ego. Very, very cleverly written. You gotta look at the details. The camera will never pan on a detail if there's not a reason to do so. There's a reason why the camera pans on the showrunner, lip syncing the entire conversation, knowing it by heart, the entire script that Che is supposed to say to Tony Danza. There's a reason why the camera pans in on that. Notice those details. So it's a commentary on how everybody, and even in Just Like That, is making fun of them, of Che. Cut to Dr. Naya interviewed by Lisa. Lisa thanks Charlotte for the opportunity to interview Naya. The mic technician flirts with Naya. A little microphone moment. Microphone falls in there. The microphone technician, like muscly dude, comes by and says, hey, lady, can I help you? And she like, can you ever? So he's like kind of diddling in her shirt. And she's like, should we go out on a date first before you do that? And he's like, were you serious about the date? Because, honey, I would take you out on a date. So she has the hots for him. And then she asks Lisa, like, we'll go. And Lisa's like, oh, he's hot. Yeah, go for it. You know, give him your number. We're late to lunch with the girls. We're going to meet up, you know, with Carrie and everybody, all the other girls, with Charlotte. So we're late for lunch. The interview's over. Give him your number and let's head out. Naya gives him the number. Lunch with the old girls and the new girls. Carrie says to Charlotte it's hard to read her book for the audiobook. Charlotte is proud of Carrie for the way that Carrie has been moving on from the loss of Mr. Big. The new girls come. So this is Naya and this is Lisa. Lisa and Naya join Charlotte and Carrie for lunch. they're sorry that they're late. Lisa is wearing a Rick Owens jacket. Yes, they managed to sneak in like the only colorful piece that Rick Owens ever made into the show. And Lisa is wearing it in that scene. And she has a Louis Vuitton bag as well. Carrie's wearing a Fendi baguette, and Charlotte has a Fendi peekaboo bag. So there's a lot of Fendi going on in this episode. So apparently, Sarah Jessica Parker did a collaboration with Fendi, like kind of reissuing some of her historical ideas for the baguette or what she wore in the original Sex and the City show. And so, again, we're kind of breaking the fourth wall here, very meta, because Carrie Bradshaw is wearing a Sarah Jessica Parker for Fendi baguette. You know what I mean? A bit awkward, but there you have it in that scene. Lisa is at the table with all of them, and she receives a text message, and she just received the MILF school list. She's super giddy. She's super excited. She tells Charlotte and the girls, oh my gosh, the list arrived. Let's see this boy, this teenage male student, who did he put on the top of his MILF list? And Lisa is second on the list and Charlotte is third on the student MILF list. Number one is some parent that I don't know. They mention who it is, but it's irrelevant to us because they're not a character that's always in I've never actually seen them in the show. So anyway, Charlotte and Lisa have this exchange. Charlotte says, oh, you totally deserve to be number 2. I'm so excited that I'm number 3. So they are super excited that they are number 2 and number 3 on this kids list. Very cringe. And for those people who are saying that Sex and the City or that And Just Like That is not breaking boundaries, that it's not like edgy, and that it's not like borderline, oh my gosh, the topic is iffy, you shouldn't even talk about it. People are saying, yeah, Sex and the City was so cool because it was like so borderline with their topics back in the day, but now they're playing so politically correct. Honey, this is not politically correct. Like 2 mothers being all excited that like a teenage student finds them sexy. I find that quite edgy. But so anyway. And then Naya says, oh my gosh, can we like be serious for a moment? Like, can we talk about abortion rights and like all that stuff? But then in that moment, the audio technician guy texts her, and then she becomes just as giddy and excited as the other girls. And she's like, oh my God, the mic technician wrote me. Super cute. So like all of these ladies that are like in their 40s, 50s, whatever they are, 50s, 60s, I don't even know. They're behaving like young teenage girls, and it's super cute to see them like that at lunch. It's one of those epic lunch scenes that we're so used to from Sex and the City. They're back in full force, in full swing, and they are cute to watch. We're back with Carrie in the studio recording the audiobook. So Carrie's again trying to read chapter 3. She pauses too long between paragraphs. LOL. So she reads the shower scene. Her script starts melting, like washed away by water falling on the pages. Emotional scene, melting words. It's kind of a cute special effect they did there. So you see her script on her iPad or whatever tablet. Then the camera pans in, and as she's reading about the shower scene, the words start morphing and melting, and we hear the sound of the shower, and the whole script starts kind of melting away. Very poetic, nicely done. Good post-production. Whoever did that post-production did a great job. I thought it was really beautifully done, and she's very emotional. She's in touch with her emotions. I like that scene. Carrie skips chapter 3. They all agree, listen, let's skip chapter 3. Let's do chapter 4, and then we can go back to chapter 3 later. We have enough time. Let's cover the rest of the book. We'll do the most difficult chapter last. So they go on to chapter 4. After that, Carrie walks on the street and meets Mitzi. Mitzi is from season 1. She married a guy everybody thought was gay, but Mitzi was super happy with her musical gay hubby. He also is no longer with us. So Mitzi is in a beauty salon. She screams, at Carrie through the salon, Carrie, come in. And Carrie's like, oh, hi, Mitzi. And Carrie says to Mitzi, I cried reading chapter 3. And Carrie asks Mitzi, how do you deal with the death of your husband. Mitzi says, the second year is worse than the first year because time is passing and he is missing all of what you're living through as time is passing. And you feel further and further away from him. And it is just awful. And Mitzi says, this is what they don't tell you. The second year is worse than the first year because in the second year, your life goes on and you feel like he's more and more distant because he's not there to live any of this with you. And then Carrie says, well, how do you do it? Mitzi says, some days, you know, she feels terrible, but other days she puts herself together and she just fakes it. She says, sometimes it's just faking, sister. I'm just faking that I'm happy. Put on a smile and keep going. She says that she's studying Kabbalah, and in Kabbalah, they say that the hole never fills, but new life will grow around it. I found that so beautiful. And it's true. And I can tell you this also about my dad. You know, my dad passed away in 2015. And this coincidentally doesn't just apply to lovers, husbands, wives, and whatever. It also applies to family members. The hole and the void that my dad left by passing away, that void is endless. It's never going to get filled. Never. But it is true that life, you're planting life all around that hole. It's so true, you guys. So your job is to do whatever you need, says Mitzi, to plant the seeds and do whatever you need to do to make yourself feel better. Mitzi says, I got a facelift. So in just like that, Carrie went shoe shopping. And so we see her walking back home with a bunch of Bergdorf Goodman shopping bags. And also this scene got criticized by so many woke fashionista people saying, oh my God, who goes to Bergdorf Goodman to shop nowadays? Give her a moment. This is a historical reference to the original Sex and the City when she would have those gray bags and walk back home with them. This is an Easter egg. Let her have her freaking Bergdorf Goodman tacky shoe bags. Like, seriously, why are you criticizing this? Seriously. So, anyway, Carrie comes back home with a bunch of new shoes and they're all over her apartment and she's trying them all on and the telephone rings. And it's the people from the book, the audiobook people. And they're like, when can you come in? We got to do this again, chapter 3. And then she comes up with the idea and lies to them and says, you know what, you guys, I'm really sorry. I just got COVID. I can't read the book. You're going to have to get an actress to read for me. Sorry. Bye. And just like that, she lied her way out of reading the book. Miranda is in Los Angeles. She's passing by a tattoo parlor and talks to the artist inside the tattoo parlor about how she wants to capture who she is, like her deepest, most inner self with a tattoo. Classic Miranda, though, if you think about it. And I live for that moment. And I love how she's excited even about a little teeny tiny tattoo and how she, like a little girl, is listening to the tattoo artist and he's telling her, like, very LA, like, I totally get it. Like, you don't want the corporate life of you being a lawyer to like take over your life. You want to feel yourself again. And she's like, yeah. Oh man, thank you for understanding. It's so easy to talk to you. Thank you. And when she said that, I'm like, oh my God, this is classic Miranda. Thanking somebody for being easy to talk to. I mean, come on. It doesn't get more Miranda than that. Yeah, right. So anyway, so the artist says, she says, I want the tattoo to capture who I am. And so she ends up getting... We're going to get to what tattoo she got. She ends up getting a tattoo. It's interesting why she got what she got. You got to stay till the end. We're going to see at the end of the episode what tattoo she got. And she shows us what tattoo she got only at the end of the episode, not just yet. Carrie is in her closet while she gets a call from Miranda asking her if she should get a tattoo. Carrie warns her not to join the Church of Scientology. Miranda says, I got news. I got something to tell you, Carrie. And Carrie's like, does this mean, just don't tell me it has something to do with the Church of Scientology while you're in LA? I mean, that was hilarious. And Miranda's like, no, I want a tattoo. And then Carrie says, but sweetie, you know that most people nowadays are getting rid of tattoos and not getting tattoos. And Miranda says, no, I know. I want something symbolic. Like Carrie says, just don't put it in a place that everybody can see. So it's something intimate and yours, but don't just put it on your forehead or on your neck. Carrie says many people get tattoos removed. Miranda says it's fun in LA. I don't want to leave. Like it's a fairy tale here. Carrie tells Miranda she got COVID. She even lies to Miranda. She says, I'm not going to read the book anymore. I got COVID. And Miranda's like, oh my gosh, you got COVID. You got to take care of yourself. Finally, you got COVID. And then Miranda says something interesting. Like you managed to not get COVID throughout the entire lockdown for 3 years. And now you got it. Well, something took. And Carrie is like, again, this joke, like COVID. But she doesn't have it. She's lying to Miranda. Carrie tries on her new shoes. Charlotte calls right after Carrie puts down the phone with Miranda. Charlotte calls because Miranda let Charlotte know immediately that Carrie has COVID, right? So it's so funny how the girls all like talk behind each other's backs. Charlotte calls immediately. Charlotte is in her kitchen, completely dressed in Burberry. Y'all. Burberry, as they call it now, the abbreviation of Burberry. Burberry, attire for the kitchen, honey. I mean, she camouflaged herself. Like, I was like, where's Charlotte in this picture? But so, anyway, Charlotte calls her and asks what to bring her, what food to take care of her. Carrie says, no, I don't have any symptoms. I'm sick, but I don't have any symptoms. So Carrie lies to Charlotte. Next scene, we have Seema looking through secondhand websites for her stolen Birkin. So Seema is crying in a fetal position, scrolling through secondhand websites, hoping that the thief is going to put her bag online. Then we have the next scene, Anthony and Seema at lunch. Again, unfortunately, they're using Anthony as the gay token with ridiculous jokes. So he says it's a crime how much food costs in New York because they're having lunch and it's like super expensive. Seema says she is sad about her stolen Birkin. Anthony talks about a sex date he had that once a guy handcuffed him to the bed, and Seema says, what's bad with that? And he said, well, he stole everything while I was handcuffed. He took everything I had and left the room. That's New York. They just take everything from you. So it's no wonder that your Birkin was snatched. Seema is like, yeah, funny, haha. How come Carrie did not join us for lunch? Carrie is never late for lunch. Cut to Carrie in Carrie's apartment. Carrie forgot about the lunch because Carrie is spending some good old me time, alone time. She needs the time to heal. She's still grieving, you guys. So Seema sends her a text message. Carrie's like, oh no, I forgot. So Carrie forgot about lunch with Seema and Anthony, and she lies to them as well that she has COVID. Cut to a scene with Charlotte and Lisa at school. MILFgate is in full swing. MILFgate, y'all. School wants to punish the boy who made the MILF list. Charlotte and Lisa and the other moms that are talking about this incident see this boy pass by. This is kind of the delicate, controversial, not politically correct scene. As if it were the only one, but it's a heavy one. This is a kid, y'all. I don't even think he's 18, right? Is he hot? They definitely cast an actor that looks more mature than what his age should be in the show. And I think they did that on purpose. To make, they show him as more mature, very edgy, jawline. He is exuding testosterone. The kid is not a kid, obviously. He looks like a grown actor, but they're kind of telling us, no, but he's a kid. But all the mothers in their 40s, 50s, they see him pass by and they're like horny for him. So, and they're discussing this, and while saying to the other mothers, there should not be actions taken. He should not be punished after all. He's just a kid. They're just super happy that they made the list, basically. And so Lisa at the end of that scene, as the boy turns around the corner and he leaves, cut to Lisa Wexley saying, "Why do I feel all of a sudden like Blanche Dubois from A Streetcar Named Desire?" Loved the Tennessee Williams reference. Principal, now we cut to the principal room. Principal wants a harsh punishment, but Charlotte and Lisa stand up and defend the boy. The other moms laugh and say, "You two are defending him just because you made it to spot 2 and 3 on the list." Charlotte and Lisa act like they have no clue what's going on. They're like, "Oh, did we make the list? We didn't know." Then the principal says, another shocker, MILFgate. A student has reported, or somebody has reported, that mothers were heard in the corridors of the school hallway objectifying a student. And then again, Charlotte and Lisa look at each other and then yell out loud, "Were they objectifying a student? Oh, we had no clue." Comedic relief. Cut to Miranda waiting in line at Warner Studios for the taping of Che Pasa. As she's waiting in line to enter the studios where Che is about to film an episode of Che Pasa with Tony Danza, Brady, this is Anthony, by the way. This is Brady. He is Miranda's son. Brady calls from Amsterdam. He went there with his girlfriend at the end of season 1. He's in tears. He calls his mom. There's this whole shtick about this telephone not working because, as we know, Miranda lost her phone on the beach, cleaning up the beach in episode 2. So episode 3 begins with her having a new phone. It's a Samsung or something, and they're throwing shade at the Samsung not working well. Whenever she receives a phone call, it doesn't ring when it's supposed to ring. So there's this whole running gag about the phone not working. But of course, the phone, because it is a running gag, the phone only works when it's not supposed to work. So of course, she's standing in line to get to see Che Pasa, the taping of the show. Brady calls in tears. His girlfriend Louisa broke up with him. Miranda asks, and here we have finally a mention of Steve. Miranda asks, "Have you spoken to your dad?" He says yes, but he wants to talk to his mom. Miranda hides the phone from the security guard and sneaks it into the studio. Now, the security guards, and I've been to the taping of several shows in Hollywood, one of them being Hot in Cleveland, while one of the loves of my life, Betty White, was still with us. And I saw Betty White film that episode with the Pope. Oh my God, that was hilarious. So anyway, I know how it goes because coincidentally, I also went to the filming of Two Broke Girls. Guess who the showrunner for Two Broke Girls was? Michael Patrick King, the same guy who's doing it just like that. And I saw Michael Patrick King at work, rewriting the script, for Two Broke Girls, doing everything, running from the camera, controlling. It was very fascinating to see. It was the episode where also Sandra Bernard was in it. I love Sandra Bernard. So I was sitting at this corner of the audience, and on that side, I didn't know what they were going to shoot that day. Obviously, you don't know. You're entering and you don't know what's going to happen. But on that side, Sandra Bernard had her scene in her beauty parlor or hair salon. I made eye contact with Sandra. Okay, so she had her scene and there was a little break. They had to rewrite something. She was standing there waiting for her cue. I turned to her. I looked at her and I was like, I said, "I love you." And she said, it was such a moment. Oh my God, I love Sandra. Anyway, we digress. So anyway, I know how this goes. You have to get rid of your phone. You got to put these phones in these little bags. They give you the phone later. You're not allowed to have a phone. It's all highly confidential. You can't film anything during the taping. You can't use your phone during the taping. But Miranda, because she's scared that something's going to happen to Brady, she hides the phone and manages to sneak it into the recording of Che Pasa. And that phone, they've already set up the whole scene for that phone to malfunction. That phone is going to go off while they're filming the scene. They've set it all up for us. Now we cut to Carrie at home with a face mask, chilling all alone. Her publicist calls to tell her she got an extra week to record the audiobook. They're like, "Carrie, we know you're sick, so we managed to get in an extra week for you to film the audiobook once you feel better." And she's like with her sad facial mask, being like, "Oh, really?" She really didn't want to do it. She's like, "Well, if I feel any better." So she really is sad, doesn't want to film that book. Then we're back to the Warner Brothers studios with Tony Danza filming the little cannoli scene. Miranda's in the audience watching. And Tony's like, you want to have the big boy haircut thing, and that joke ridiculous. The writer of the show feels the emotions more than Che does, and that, because then the camera pans to show us that the showrunner knows all this script by heart because it's more about them than about Che. Very interesting commentary about that in the show itself. In that moment, Miranda's phone rings. Of course, at the most pivotal moment and most emotional moment of the show, where the showrunner is getting teary-eyed about this, gender non-conforming topic, Miranda's phone rings and she ruins the moment. She ruins the emotional take. Tony Danza says, no, it's okay. Everybody can make mistakes. Tony Danza is trying to, I guess, recoup from the bad image that he gave us in episode 2. Go check out my review of episode 2 to find out what bad image he gave us there. This time he's kind of fixing that bad image by, kind of standing up for Miranda and saying, come on, guys, it's okay. Everybody can make a mistake. We can redo the scene. But then something really nasty happens, which, again, I think is setting up the whole scenario for Che to get fired, for this entire show to not work, or for Che to quit and leave, because the showrunner with the blue hair really gets aggressive and yells at Miranda, says, you ruined this take. And Tony Danza says, we can shoot it again. And then the showrunner says, we can't shoot it again because Che is not an actor. Che is just a stand-up comedian and will never be able to recapture the emotional moment again. And I was like, that is so rude. How dare you scream that out loud in front of a live audience? How unprofessional and rude. Disgusting. Yeah. And then there's the recap guy in the audience trying to cheer up the audience, say, hey, Che is now doing this. She is then going to do that. She's then going to do that. He keeps saying she to Che, right? The showrunner then gets hysterical, says, they, like really aggressively. So it's an interesting, again, commentary on how maybe the conversation should be a little bit more lighthearted and educating people about gender fluidity should be maybe a little bit less aggressive and a little bit more, give a person a little bit more time. I mean, this poor dude, he probably spent his entire life just saying he and she. You can't just readjust like that. You need some time. And that's okay too. Don't be so angry at people, right? So anyway, Miranda calls Charlotte in tears, scared. Like Che's going to hate her now because she ruined Che's take and so on and so forth. Cut to scene with Seema. Seema visits Carrie with food. Carrie opens the door, but before opening the door, you know how Sarah Jessica Parker always tries to do comedy, right? So she's doing the coughing as the doors close, like to show to Seema, look, I'm really sick. She opens the door. Seema has a leopard mask on, and Carrie has a mask on that says Oy vey. And Seema's looking at her. She brought her food. She says, Oy vey. And Carrie looks at Seema and says, yeah, I don't have COVID. I lied. I'm sorry. And Seema says, oh, thank goodness, because this mask that I'm wearing with the leopard print, as chic as it is, it doesn't conform to the regulations at all. It's just cute, but it won't protect. And I love that they commented on that as well, because during the major lockdown, so many people were wearing these phony ass masks that had like fashion stuff on them, but they had absolutely no filters on them. Like all the breath would pass right through them. That was hilarious that they acknowledged that in that scene. Seema says it's okay for Carrie to be alone at home, to feel the feels as long as she needed to feel the feels. And then she said, Seema says, I was in a fetal position over a lost Birkin. And Carrie's like, we're not here like comparing our losses, like Mr. Big and a Birkin. Oh yeah, we are, I guess. And they kind of had this kind of bonding moment. They understood each other. That was kind of cute. Lisette writes Carrie in that moment about the jewelry event. Hey, are you coming, Carrie, to the jewelry event? Carrie, Seema says, are you going? You have to stay home, right? And she's like, no, I have to go to Lisette's jewelry Bulgari event, and you're coming with me. Seema is Carrie's +1. Back to Los Angeles, Che leaves the studio and Miranda waits outside. They fight. Miranda says to Che, I got to go to New York. Brady, she uses the S word, is S. So she's afraid that he might unalive himself. So, but the thing is, she's exaggerating there, you know, and then Che says, is he really? Are you exaggerating? She's like, no, he's going to be fine, but he really needs me right now. He's crying. He's flying back from the Netherlands to New York, and I want to be there for him when he flies in. And Che is a little bit too egotistic in this moment, very angry. But we see something here. We see that Che needs Miranda. As egotistical as Che is, Che gives us the signals that they need Miranda there. Che says to Miranda, don't go. And is really upset when Miranda says, I need to go. So Che feels abandoned and alone in that moment. And you can feel how they feel very fragile and vulnerable, that their support mechanism and support system, which is Miranda, is about to leave. So there's bickering and a fight going on there. Miranda says something really cute. She says at the end of their speech, she says, please let's not leave on a yucky note like that, you know. And Che says, okay, we're not going to do that. But says, you know, you ruined my family scene. And then Miranda says, but this is a real family scene happening right now. I'm not filming this. This is my son. And this is a real family scene happening here. I have to go back to New York. So Che tries to make her change her mind about leaving LA and about leaving them. So we see that Che needs her for real, but Miranda leaves anyway because Brady is more important to Miranda than Che. It's her son after all. Che has to go back to makeup touch-ups. Che is angry. Miranda says the show is going to be a huge success. It's going to be huge. But Che laughs at that. And again, they're planting these seeds to tell us that this show is not going to happen. Because when Miranda says, the show is going to be huge, Che's like, sure. Does not believe it themselves. Cut to Carrie and Seema at Lisette's jewelry presentation. Bellini cocktail is bad, Seema says. Seema also notices that one of the caterers, or somebody who appears to be a caterer, is a thief and is stealing all the jewelry from Lisette and Bulgari, putting it in his pockets. Then he goes to Seema and Carrie and tells them, give me all your jewelry, you know, your necklaces, all your jewelry. He's not pointing a gun at them. He's just saying, give it all to me. Lisette notices what's going on and she sounds the alarm, but nobody seems to care and the security is not there. And this is, again, the running gag of the entire episode, you know, COVID. This made me laugh out loud. There's this chaos, you know. Lisette is screaming, he's stealing my jewelry. Where's the security? Where's the security? You know, the guy wants Carrie's jewelry. Carrie screams out, I got COVID. That's her weapon. Carrie screams, I got COVID. And then, only then, because when Lisette screamed, thief, thief, nobody cared. But when Carrie screamed, I have COVID, everybody started running. The masses screamed, ran like chickens out of that place. It was hysterical. Old school Sex and the City vibes, those stupid jokes that they would do that are just so dumb that they're delicious. So anyway, Carrie screams, I got COVID. Everybody starts running out. A super comedic timing there. Gotta hand it to Sarah Jessica Parker. She's a great comedian when she wants to. So the thief tells Carrie to give him her iconic Carrie necklace nameplate. She has a Carrie nameplate. I have a fly. I have a shit fly on mine from courtesy of Vivienne Westwood. But anyway, so, you know, he's like, give me your necklace. She's like, no, please, not my name. You know, my nameplate is so important to me. And of course, she's telling this also as an Easter egg for us. We know how important that nameplate is to her. And we're like, no, don't steal Carrie's nameplate. At this point, Seema draws a golden gun. Yes, a golden gun out of her purse. And she points it at the guy. The guy screams and he runs away because he doesn't have a weapon. Carrie's like, you have a gun? Seema lifts the gun, lights it up. It's a lighter. It's a lighter, you guys. It's a golden gun lighter. And this is building up for the next comedic moment, because the pun is always best when there's another pun on top. But first, Lisette is shocked that all her jewelry is gone as security finally arrives. And she's like, where were you guys? Where were you guys? Security sees Seema light a cigarette with that gun. And finally, the security that's good for nothing, they tell her, Miss, you cannot smoke in here. Seema looks at them and says, yeah? Like I'm the problem? Pun landed. Pun landed. Miranda is back in New York. She's waiting for Brady. She's back in her home in New York. She's waiting for Brady to arrive. And she has a Band-Aid right here. She pulls off the Band-Aid. Here we see what the tattoo is. She has a tattoo right there. The tattoo are 2 letters. M-H. Miranda Hobbs. Now, this is what I'm thinking. If she decided to tattoo the H on her arm, and she had the whole conversation at the beginning of the episode saying, no, I want something that really is me, to remind me of who I am, so that I never forget again. She tattooed Steve on her arm. That's his surname. She is Miranda Hobbs. And she's reminding herself of that. So, we know Cynthia Nixon is lesbian in real life, right? Or so she said. So probably she, being an executive producer, she's pushing for Miranda remaining lesbian, but the fact that Miranda is tattooing the H on her arm, to me, is like opening the doorway to saying Steve will be back. I'm still rooting for Steve, justice for Steve. So I'm saying Miranda having the MH tattooed on her wrist, on her inner wrist, makes me kind of feel like, oh, there's still hope for Steve and Miranda. Brady enters, he arrives crying, she hugs him, and Mama says it's all going to be okay. Cut to Seema, stuck in traffic too long, and then she tells the driver, you know what, I'm almost home anyway, it's just a block or two. It's going to take longer if we wait in traffic, so I'll just step out of the car, I'll walk home. And she does that, and then she's like annoyed. She says, oh, this city with the traffic. She walks down the street, and she sees a lady walking a really cute dog, a Pomeranian dog, so she kind of bends down to caress the dog, pet the dog a little bit. And as she's on the street floor, she looks into the shrubs beside her and she sees her Birkin bag laying in the bushes. The thief took all the money out of the bag and tossed the bag aside. She picks up the bag and hugs it. Oh, those little New York miracles. And they do happen from time to time. I thought to myself in that moment, of course he threw the Birkin to the side. He knew it was fake. But then I was reading up an article where they interviewed one of the stylists for the show. Not the lady, but the guy. And he said that actually a friend of his borrowed the authentic Birkin for the show. And they kept the Birkin under locks all the time. But that they also had replica Birkins as stand-in Birkins for like more aggressive shots. And I'm like, girl, it's like you're literally, first of all, just because you borrowed it from a friend doesn't prove to me that that Birkin was authentic. And second of all, when you're telling me that you also had fakes for like special shots because you didn't want to damage the real Birkin, then you might have just shot all the shots with the fake Birkin. So I'm still not really sure if that Birkin was there. We'll go. You know what I mean? But let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So she found it. And Debbie in the chat says someone would have seen the bag before she found it. Right? Yeah, right? I'm also thinking because the bushes are green, the bag is like this golden color, it's very visible, but maybe it looked squished like garbage, so maybe that's why they did what they did. I don't know. Anyway, the stunt Birkin. Yes, the stunt Birkin, Carrie. So anyway, she gets her Birkin lying in the bush, Cut to Carrie. She has the key to Lisette's apartment. The deal was I can use the key only for emergencies. She's knocking on Lisette's door. Lisette is not opening. So Carrie is bringing chocolates and sweets. She opens the door. Lisette is crying in bed. She's just really miserable. Carrie kind of comes into the bed, says, can I come and join you? And Lisette says, yeah. She's like, look, I brought you some sweets. And she said, you know, sooner or later, we're going to have to get out of this bed, but not today. They're both kind of living the same. You see, Lisette as a character is always mirroring what is happening to Carrie. You see, Carrie is miserable and needs to be alone and mourn the loss of Big. So Lisette mirrors that, and she's in bed, needs to be alone and mourn the loss of her jewelry. So we have this happening a lot with Lisette and Carrie, which is kind of sad because I would wish that they would give Lisette a little bit more of an independence as a character instead of kind of utilizing her as a little add-on emotional bonus for Carrie's character. But anyway, Carrie lays in bed next to Lisette, you know, saying like, you know, sooner or later we're going to have to get out of bed and face life again, but not today. Today we can just rest and be sad and binge on cookies and chocolate. Cut to the scene where Carrie is back in the recording studio and she finally manages to finish chapter 3. She finishes reading chapter 3. Done, done, done. She finally did it. They're all applauding her. They're all very proud of her. She finally did it. She's happy she did it. Now we cut to dinner. We are at dinner with Seema and Carrie as they toast to New York City. The good and the bad, says Carrie. And then at their communal table, which Seema does not like a communal table at dinner. She wants to have her own private table. But coincidentally, at their communal table, there is the entire Sydney rugby team of these kind of hunky dudes with the down under accent. And they're horny for Seema and Carrie. So the boys then move in closer to the girls and offer to buy them drinks and ask what sights they should see in New York. Seema is, of course, with her Birkin. The Birkin is between her and the guys. She lifts her Birkin to put it on this side so that the guys can come in closer to her and closer to Carrie. And then finally we get the payoff for this entire buildup of the COVID situation. You know how Carrie ends every episode of And Just Like That by saying, and just like that, something, something. Well, she got to spend those 2 days that the Sydney rugby players are going to be in New York. So I guess something went down with the rugby players. And as the camera is panning away from the restaurant, we hear Carrie off screen saying, and just like that, I got COVID. Super hilarious. I'm envisioning her getting COVID from the rugby players from Australia. And that is hilarious. So I guess the end of the episode 4 is probably going to be Carrie really sick. You know what I mean? Because she really got it. And then kind of getting better from that. Or they're going to begin the episode saying, oh, and finally, after 3 weeks of having COVID, I'm feeling better again. And then life goes on. Yeah, Tyler, I agree. Tyler says more Lisette content would be everything. Yes, I think Lisette should be given more her own character. So, yeah, just saying. Oh, you guys, I made a big mistake. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, Kev and Tyler. Kev says, wait, hold on a minute. Hobbs is Miranda's surname. She kept her surname. It's not Steve's last name. Steve's last name is Brady. No, Brady is her son, y'all. Steve's last name is not Brady. What is her son is called Brady Brady? Brady Brady? Or did Steve take Miranda's last name? Brady Hobbs. Right, yeah, Brady Hobbs. Thank you, Nectarine Man. Yes, it's Brady Hobbs. Okay, thank you. So, his name is Brady Hobbs. So, did Brady take his mother's last name or did Brady take Steve's last name? Kev says Brady took Miranda's last name? Okay, the T-Pal says the son has 2 last names? Yes, Steve is Steve Brady. Melissa, you gots to be kidding me. Wait, is the son Brody Brady or Brady Brady? Cha. Brady took the first name of Steve and the last name of Miranda. Steve's last name is Brady. Thank you, guys. So, oh my gosh, that is okay. Well, oopsie. My apologies. Well, first of all, that means that my whole theory and hope for Steve to be back is just now you've killed my thin hope, because that tattoo doesn't mean anymore that she might be coming back with Steve, because Hobbs is her surname. Oh my God, I already see the people coming for me in the comment section. You don't know what you're talking about. All right, well, thank God we corrected this. So, aw, that's so sad. So she tattooed her own surname? I don't know what to think about that. Because if she tattooed her own surname, like, I get it, it's poetic. It's like, don't forget who you are. That's really who she is. But then she didn't even want to take Steve's surname, like you said. Brady Hobbs. Miranda named the baby Brady for Steve's sake, so he wouldn't feel left out. I do hope we see Steve soon again, though, says Bible-believing Christian. Sarah says that's very Miranda. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I missed out on that one. I was so hopeful when I saw the surname and I thought it was Steve's surname. But it's just like Miranda being Miranda, right? So I guess we're not going to see Steve back in her life anytime soon. He's probably going to appear in episode 4 because he's going to want to talk to Brady about like what happened, I guess, because he cares for his son as well. Like, unless that is not over for them, like for the showrunners, and they think like, yeah, we don't need to go deeper into, like, it almost feels like the showrunner, it depends on what happens in episode 4, right? But as of now, to me, it feels like the showrunners used the whole excuse of Brady breaking up with Louisa because there was no other better way for the writers to get Miranda back to New York. They didn't want to get Miranda back to New York because the relationship wasn't working with Che. They needed something stronger than Che to get Miranda back to New York. What is stronger than Che? Miranda's son. Steve was not strong enough. Miranda left Steve for Che. So the only thing stronger than Che is Miranda's son. So the writers used Miranda's son to get her back to, you know what I mean? I don't think this is a plot line that's going to develop into something deeper for Brady. I think that plot line of him being abandoned by his girlfriend was just used so that they can get Miranda back to New York. Pity, because I was hoping that that tattoo was going to tell us something about her. Yeah, okay, whatever. Well, my apologies, you guys. Sorry, I got that completely wrong. Talk about reading the room wrongly. So I guess Miranda is just into herself after all. And just like that, that tattoo was very egotistical. Zara says, I didn't like Che not supporting Miranda in that parenting moment. Yeah, I found that also really bad. Like, Che was so egotistical in that moment, and it took them really, like, they had to pull themselves together to kind of be respectful towards Miranda, at least a little bit. And Miranda, being super scared for her son, she still managed to recollect herself and tell Che, hey, can we please not leave on such a yucky note? And then Che pulls themselves together and says, yeah, okay. And I'm like, wow, Miranda had to pull herself together after her son is having a nervous breakdown and scared her, and Che didn't care? I also thought that was really terrible. Yeah, that was a bad moment. Lisette needs to have more screen time and needs to the writers have to finally detach Lisette as being just the shadow of Carrie. It's really annoying. But the dynamic between the girls is kind of coming into place. The new girls with the old girls. It's moving. I'm still hoping that Dr. Naya gets a little bit more substantial screen time, but I think the problem with Naya is that they built her up as Miranda's friend in season 1. And since season 2, Miranda is in LA, Naya doesn't really have a person to relate to. In fact, we see all the major scenes of Naya are on the phone with Miranda. Pardon me. Or on the phone with her husband. But now that Miranda is back in New York, they're probably going to give Naya more screen time because she's interacting with Miranda. And I think then Miranda is going to talk to Naya about how the relationship with Che is a little bit shaky. And Naya is going to talk, obviously, about her marriage falling apart. So I think Naya might have a little bit more substantial presence now that Miranda's back in New York. But again, you see, like, these characters all still have their presence justified by the original three characters, Carrie, Miranda, and Charlotte. They're still a little bit wobbly on their own feet. The only one of the three new characters, and by the three new characters, I mean Seema, Naya, and Lisa, and the only one of the three that is getting more their independent screen time is Seema. Seema is the only one that is managing to build up her own presence in this new Sex and the City. You know what I mean? Independently, she doesn't really need Carrie or anybody else. I also, to be honest with you, I'm not particularly feeling the chemistry between the two actresses. She's super kind and polite to her. That's all good and fine, but I'm not feeling the chemistry between them. So in season 1, you know, them two met, you know, them two are the friends, and then Seema meets the other ones. But Seema really has her own strength. Seema is great. She has a power on her own on screen. She works. Seema just works. She fits into this world of Sex and the City perfectly well, honestly. And she doesn't feel like Samantha at all. She's her own character. And I've said this in my last video. She's definitely her own character and she totally fits in. But these other two ladies, we still gotta work to kind of integrate them into the show properly so that they have their own existence that doesn't need to be justified by their counterparts, Charlotte being counterpart for Lisa and Miranda being counterpart for Naya. Che is also existing only thanks to Miranda, but the second they break up, Che is gone. So I'm also enjoying the fact that Anthony is becoming more and more friends with Seema, even though Anthony is originally Charlotte's friend. So that is working as well for me. They have good chemistry, Anthony and Seema, I believe. Don B says, I'd watch the heck out of the Seema spinoff. The Nectarine Man says, but Seema is the better character. The Nectarine Man says, Lisa and Charlotte have the best chemistry on of the new actors. Joining the old ones, you mean? So we're talking Lisa and Charlotte. Yeah, they're both funny and comedic. They're ditzy and funny. I'm not so sure if the chemistry is so good. And let me tell you why. Lisa is trying to behave a little bit like Charlotte when she's around Charlotte. But she behaves differently when she's with her hubby. I don't know. She feels also a little bit like a mirror image of Charlotte. And I think that's a pity. She doesn't need to be. She should be different. They should give her more her own independent character traits somehow. You know what I mean? But there's time for that. I mean, I'm sure they're going to develop it further. I have good hopes for Lisa. For Naya, let's see. She had very little screen time. Very little screen time thus far. So let's see if they manage to get her more into the show. But thus far, of the new three ladies, Seema is winning. Like on all ends. Seema is collecting points everywhere. You know. Oh, Zara Justina says, did you guys notice Seema's car's license plate? It says Seema NYC. Love it. Oh my gosh. Didn't they show that already in season 1? I think I remember that from season 1. And it is major boss energy. Major boss energy. I haven't watched it just like that after season 1, but your commentary makes me want to pick it up again, says SL Chan. Oh, thank you so much. It's a cute show, you guys. And it's warm. And yes, it's ditzy and it's full of weird stuff, but it kind of brings back good memories. And I don't know, it's a comfortable spot to be in to watch the show. I watch it with a smile on my face, like I really do. I don't expect this show to change my life. I don't expect this, you know, and truth be told, it's quite hard for them to pick up a show that was like riding that wave of the 90s and the noughties. The politics and culture back then, very different to today. Plus the ladies have aged. So it's like, how do you adjust it to today's standards and today's times? It's not easy, but I think they're doing a great job at adapting it and making it more clumsily fitted into today's times. And I love seeing it. It just makes me feel some type of way, makes me feel happy to watch it. So I don't really care if the writing is sometimes cringe, if, you know, there's some ditzy moments. Like I said, I have more cringe moments throughout the day than they do in one episode. So we'll go. You know what I mean? We're good to go. I'm fine. I'm like, he who hath not sinned casteth the first stone. You know what I mean? Don't sit here and judge the cringy writing when you know very well that the cringe lives in you. And the cringe lives in all of us. May the cringe be with you. And with that, I say, we'll go. I hope you've enjoyed this recap. Again, my deepest and sincerest apologies for mistaking Miranda's surname for Steve's surname and hoping that Steve will be back. Sorry, errata corrige, as we say in the publishing business. Let's correct that. So my apologies for that, but I do hope that despite the error, you have still enjoyed this recap and that you're going to tune in together with me next week as we embark on another journey and review together. And just like that, season 2, episode 4. And as for this week, I'ma say, and just like that, we're one episode closer to Samantha Jones / Kim Cattrall's cameo appearance. Whoop whoop! Love you loads. Thumb up this video if you liked it. Subscribe to my channel and see you in the next one. Bye. Y'all, it is a piece of popular media with relatable moments. Totes. My law enforcement friend said to never get a personalized plate. Easier to remember and spot if you use it in a violation or crime. Or if somebody wants to follow you and find out where you live and break in. Yeah. So, thank you, my wonderful ladies here on the table. Let me shift to the side. Okay, Bubbles, you can take that down. Thank you. We'll go. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Boy, this has been a roller coaster ride this week. We did 4 days of live streaming. I've never done 4 days of live streaming in 1 week. I feel like I've been on the road, beat, like touring, back-to-back live streams, back-to-back performances. I keep giving energy, and I'm just so empty. So I'm going to take a little break, you guys. We're not going to live stream on Wednesday. We're probably going to live stream on Thursday next week, okay? Just give me a couple of days to rest. I need a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I need 4 days. So we're going to the Wednesday live stream. Let's push it a day later. Let's do it on a Thursday. What say you? Let's do the live stream on a Thursday. And then we're going to resume, you know, with our regular schedule on a Saturday with the main show. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, we live streamed 4 days. We live streamed Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, and 2 live streams on Saturday. We did 4 live streams this week, y'all. 4. So, thank you so much for spending my birthday week with me in 4 live streams. It's been such a journey, you guys. We went through so many places. It was such a cathartic process. I hope you had fun. Bubbles, can you thank the mods for keeping us safe?
A special thanks to the mods in the fashion bunker. Thanks to Debbie, Jesus, Creation, Nicole, Kebs, and Gloria. Bubbles loves you.
Thank you, mods. And we'll go. The balancing act is over. We'll live in Ferret, the balancing act. Live in Ferret. Oh, honey, yes, I work the balls.
Ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret.
And then we're dying Ferret.
Dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret.
AI jizzes and Baby Yoda, hit it.
Ciao, 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 ciao.
Is that awesome? Yay! So, Baby Yoda, you want that cookie? Okay, here we go. Here we had a conversation with Trisha. Now we have our inevitable convo with Baby Yoda. This time he's upset because he did not get enough cake. You had a slice left, the strawberry slice left. You didn't want to eat it, and I know why you didn't want to eat it. You wanted to savor, while I was the one telling you, if you're not going to eat it, those strawberries are going to get bad, and if you don't eat it, I'm going to eat it. And you didn't eat it just because you were using your force of reverse psychology on me, making me think that you're not going to eat the cake, but I couldn't eat it because you would make me feel guilty for having eaten it because you wanted it. Yeah, we'll go. Yeah. So tomorrow, no chicken nuggets for you. No chicken nuggets. And another thing, you had enough chicken nuggets. You got to start eating healthy. You know what I'm going to make you tomorrow? A salad. A lot of green stuff. You're going to get pepperoni. Yeah, you're going to get paprika. Yes, tomatoes, yes. No, what? No, yes, you is. You're going to start eating healthy. You're going to eat the green that is the color of your skin, that same stuff. Yes. Okay, whatever. I'm not talking. But if you're a good boy and tomorrow you eat all your healthy stuff, then you will get a cookie. Okay, what a girl. So anyway, you guys, there you go. That was the conversation. Nettie's like, I'm going to get my own Baby Yoda. Let them eat cake, says Johnny. Debbie says, thank you for all your generosity this week, Bunker family. Thank you, Debs. Love you loads. That was it. That was our show this week. We had 4 days of intense streaming. I hope I'm all going to see you next week. Let's say Thursday. The soonest Thursday. Latest Saturday, but soonest Thursday. Love you loads. Never give up on love. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend and a great beginning of the new week. Bye.